And so I'll go over the agenda. I've got a quick warm up, like nothing too, hopefully nothing too intimidating or scary. And so we'll do that just to kind of get us warmed up for the day, and then we'll jump back into our goal updates, which I tried to do a little bit of prep to streamline that. So really the plan for today, we'll do our warm up real quick, and then finish up the goal updates at 9:15. And then we'll move into goal refinement. And so this is the opportunity where we'll talk about some high level, like desired outcomes of what does success look like in each of these areas to help provide context, kind of set the table, so to speak, for any of the goal refinements for these actions that we've identified that need to be refined, or any new proposals that council might have. So then we'll break you into small groups, and then you'll have some time to discuss what those refinements might be, or what those proposals for the new ideas might be. And then we'll come back and we'll start sharing out what those are and making edits to the board up here. So we'll get through as much as we can before we break for lunch at 12. And I hope everyone's looking forward to their sandwich as much as Chad is. So hopefully you don't have any regrets about what you ordered, or hopefully you remember what you ordered. Tammy's got you. She's got you covered. Jackie's going to lead a walk around the track, TBD for that. So then we'll come back and we'll continue that goal refinement discussion. And then we'll wrap that up. I think we should have time to do a prioritization exercise, just simple with some dots, and that way it gets council. It's a data point for staff to get council's input in terms of like what are our top priorities, and they can use that information to help building out their own work plans and how they are sequencing the work. And then we'll do a revisit the team partnership. So we did some talk around roles and responsibilities and expectations last night. We'll come back and we'll talk about, okay, now that we have a set of goals, how are we going to agree to move the goals forward together, and what sort of expectations do we want to put around our team agreement? Council put together a team agreement 2 years ago, but there's some basis, and so we want to make sure that there's unity and cohesion in the group around how are we going to move, how are we going to communicate, how are we going to move the goals forward, how are we going to work together. So we'll check in on that, and then we'll talk about next steps from what you can expect from this time together, and then we should be out here in 2 days. So, does that sound good to everybody? All right, any questions about today and our plan? Pretty straightforward. So I hope that you'll notice that there's a theme of partnership and teamwork that's woven throughout the agenda from yesterday and today. And so thinking about teams and partnerships, our quick warm-up activity, and I'm not going to start with Jackie this time, I'll start with Silas, so we'll kind of go the opposite way. But think about in a team and as an individual, like we all have our own like superpower, things that we're naturally really good at, or a perspective that we bring, or expertise that we bring, or something about our personality that helps us be successful in our work. So, so what would be your superpower, Silas?
Amiable. Yeah, so I'm very collaborative, and in fact, we just did a training last week where we did sort of a Myers-Briggs simulation, and I was like off the chart on that category. So I would say.
Doesn't come up that often, but mathematics.
Like the analytical, or the number shape. That's good.
Kind of linear as far as my thought processes in a work environment and a personal environment. It's all over the place, but
so like sequencing out like steps that we need to take to get from A to Z.
Yes.
That's good.
Calm. Steady. Not afraid to ask questions. I don't understand it.
I would say communication.
I'd say relationship.
I'm a master party plan. Right. Great balls and fun balance.
I'd say a people person, just able to unite and bring people together.
don't really know.
I show up and I try to ask questions and not get, not devil's advocate, but try to get the whole, the big picture.
Yeah, like seeing all the different perspectives,
Try to.
especially local government decisions that are conversations that are had.
Probably studying nonverbal communication.
Organized.
Kind of quick on my feet to answer questions, like process quickly, I guess.
Say empathetic.
The Wonder Woman's superpower is she has superhuman senses. And people that have been around me know that my cat is one.
Good, and then the ability to like recognize that too, because sometimes it's this like quiet voice if you like can miss it, and then later like that was myself trying to tell me something. So that's great. And then we missed Tammy last night with her words. I want to make sure that Tammy gets to provide what your superpower is.
Oh, I didn't,
I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but
That's okay.
yeah.
I don't know I have a superpower. Maybe a behind the scenes kind of person.
All of the logistics and dependable.
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 Super dependable.
Yes. And everybody thank Tammy for the coffee and donuts and all of the stuff. Let's thank Tammy.
All four set up.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to take this over here, put our agenda up on the board, and then we'll just jump into our goal update. If I sized this properly. All right, so yesterday we covered economic development and infrastructure. And so this morning I had some time, so I thought I'm gonna help streamline this process because I didn't want to slow us down. So I wrote down the actual goals and then we can update with the status. So let's see, I've got my notes here. So under communications and engagement, and also just there's a lot in communications and engagement. I ran out of space, so hopefully you can see the side of the lines, but it goes down here numbers, and then you've got 11 and 12 here. So the first one was around DEI training for elected officials and employees. So DEI training for elected officials and employees. So what's the status on that work?
That was completed. However, it's also ongoing in the organization. That's something that we'll continue to do. I would like to say that's a refinement.
Can we refine what that would?
If it's going to stay as a goal, I think we need new strategies and outcomes. So that's why I put refinement
Okay.
on the DEI.
Yeah, I'm seeing some head nods. Does everybody at council feel good about the refinement for that? Yes. Okay. And then the next one was implement the city council team agreement.
Complete, and you're going to address that at the end of this session too. So that's always ongoing.
Yeah.
New team.
Yeah, new team. So do you think, council, do you think it should continue to be a goal? Or is it just something we'll update today? Maybe completed and mark off the list.
It's completed. I mean, we just adopted it. You know, I thought we adopted it earlier, but it says here September 2023. It's not even 2 years old yet.
So we have a new team. So that's why I think it should be.
You know, I think we're likely to agree that it's okay, but I think we need to give that opportunity. And, you know, and in discussing it, we may reflect and find some things where we could strengthen in some places or eliminate some. So yeah, it probably slight refinement needed.
I may apologize. I'm not sure if I read that agreement. Is that in the notes here? That
It's not included in here
Okay.
in our packet.
I was unaware. I apologize.
Is it on the back of our laminated?
I was gonna say, do you have it? Underneath that. Oh, yeah. There. What's our initial date? Would you like one too? Okay, and then I can get one for.
You just may not recognize it by what we're.
Thank you, yes,
Do you want one too? All right, so I'm just gonna put refined, maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't, but at least it's an opportunity to keep it on the forefront. Next one is participating in the Clackamas County Research Justice Study.
As I mentioned last night, that's ongoing. Next week, we're going to a meeting to learn about what some specific tasks are on that. So I looked at that as being ongoing.
Mm-hmm. Do you think maybe it's, it says participate, do you think we just keep it as participate, or do you think like there's an opportunity to refine it for like specific action items that come out of the research study, or do you want to leave it more open?
We may not know until we hear what those are next week, so I guess leave it a little bit more open.
Yeah, so we can just leave it ongoing, and it gives you flexibility to determine that in future meetings. And then there's the Police Department Community Academy, which she gave a nice update last night.
Yeah, so last year we didn't get enough participation to have it. We tried again this year. We're still not getting enough participation at this point. So I'm not sure where the interest is. We tried different marketing areas, but so I'm up for any if we don't get enough this year, I'm up for just not putting it forward again, putting forth the effort. There's a lot of time that goes into that, staff time, and preparing for that, and outside agency communication. So
Yeah, I'm not sure it needs to remain a council goal. It can be an organizational goal, and we can work through that. But I agree that we can say we did this, we tried this.
yes,
We'll determine where it goes if we don't get applicants, we can't do it.
right. And so really that's what it boils down to. So I would say take it off the council goals and we can reevaluate. And if we want to try next year, great, or we do something different. Maybe it's a hybrid type of academy. Because it's very time consuming. You're committing to 4 hours one evening a week for people to show up, and you can only miss one ability to graduate because there's so much information from the DA's office, from our officers presenting on philosophies and culture and what is attractive, why do we do the things we do, the equipment we use. This year we wanted to do we had a simulator system set up for, what does it look like when an officer is involved with a critical incident? And how are you going to respond versus how an officer is going to respond? And understand the dynamics of that, what your mind does to you and your body does to you under those circumstances. So it's for just a better understanding and why we train the way we train. Type thing. So there's a lot of work that goes into it. So I think we might try a hybrid next time, and I would recommend removing from a council role so we can figure that out. So,
Council, how do you feel about removing it and then having staff just continue to work to implement, whether it's a in-person or a hybrid option?
I think my concern would be that these are a 2-year goal plan. And that I wouldn't want your group to miss out on doing something, even if it's not this year, to be able to do it next year.
no, and that's why I say maybe we look at doing something differently rather than a one night a week thing. Maybe we do every third Saturday, see how many people we can get to look at specific items rather than just one big academy. Just do specific things that you may find of interest. Hey, come down, we're going to be doing this. Anybody interested?
Then what could we talk about refining it into something different, but leave it as an action item? So that we're not just completely taking it out of that 2-year plan.
Yeah, but I just don't know how that's going to work.
Okay,
I
as long as you're comfortable.
I'm
with
comfortable
that.
with that. I'm comfortable with
They can still
removing
do
it.
it, right? Is that what you're saying, Tom?
Yeah, we can still do it. I'm comfortable with removing it. We just have to figure it out.
So it's not removing like the work isn't going to happen, or just going to continue to explore it. It's just not going to be on the council goals.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then this body worn cameras, you guys have implemented that?
Yeah, that's in
So
full implementation. It's operating as designed.
All right, so that's complete. Remove that one, and then your, police, internal analytics systems.
So I would like to put refine on that because we've implemented everything we want to get, we're getting the work out of it and it's great work. But now we're expanding the work, we're going to try and use it to its full potential. So we want to develop 2 more modules on it. One for project management for large scale projects, whether it's fleet related, whether it's equipment technology related or what have you. So we can track our internal processes all through council approval and keep it in there. So there's kind of a footprint for others to follow because these are kept completely. So I just like to refine that and continue moving forward and expand that.
I think you could do that organization.
Yes, I could.
Because at the policy level, we're improving communications and engagement, and you implemented this system, and I think you're gonna continue to enhance it, but I think it can come off as a council goal.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
And John, I just want to say I appreciate that you shared some of the analytics that you did for this, particularly on traffic stops. You know, that's good information to share with the community. And having a system like this gathers very specific data rather than just general impressions. So it's a much better way to inform and engage the community. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We just keep getting better at it. We're just used to it now.
Silas, there's an opportunity for fleet component.
All right, so
That's how.
what I'm hearing is that it's okay to remove because it's kind of shifting to ongoing. It's gonna be, shifting to, it's been
It just-
implemented and kind of,
Organizational, just within the
Yeah.
department.
okay. And then mark that as complete. All right, and then also we've got the, police department is gonna be continuing to update their strategic plan, community input. That sounds like that's ongoing.
That's gonna be ongoing. We weren't able to do it last year, so we're targeting May.
And then this one around the senior center board, it was community engagement to change the name of the senior center.
That one's complete.
Did I miss one? I think I missed one. Yeah, this is what I was around. This is number 8. Mine weren't numbered, so I think I missed.
Number 8 is community engagement, to
Change
update
the
the
name.
name of the.
Okay, yeah, so then. I'm just gonna say complete here and I can update my numbers. Because this next one was around that. Amend the membership and duties for the senior center advisory board.
That one has also been completed.
That was complete. Okay, all right, well, ignore my numbers here because they're.
The only thing, the youth participation, unfortunately, we didn't get any applicants or enough applicants. And I'm not sure if that's something that the council wants to move forward with to try again. Same, kind of exactly what John was saying.
Yeah.
We can work on that internally, but we just didn't have anyone come out for that.
Yeah, how does council feel about marking that as complete? I know that you've also got this Explore Youth Council, which is gonna be some direction.
We've got number 12 coming up. I was thinking that we might try and come to some sort of consensus as a council. We had a couple applicants. We had a few qualified applicants, and perhaps we could move forward with some sort of modified process where we look at some of those qualified applicants for the community center advisory board. I know traffic was looking for youth representation, so maybe we can look at trying to implement them individually into different elements of the city instead of a larger youth council.
So maybe the senior center board and like how you fits into that, this piece is with the membership, that's can be complete. And then however the requirements are with this one can be even those other pieces as you're saying.
As long as we have a council consensus,
Is that-
that's what I've come up with.
I think that's a good idea. Michelle, you're saying that you made provision for the possibility of having youth participation. You
Absolutely.
just didn't get applicants. We tried to get a youth council, but now we're seeing that different existing advisory boards may benefit from having some youth involvement. So I would add Parks Board as another one where we don't often hear from younger age groups. So maybe that's a better approach to getting youth involved in local government. And if we can do that at a good scale, it may lead eventually to being able to recruit people for the kind of youth council that we envisioned earlier.
Perhaps, and there are different models around where there are either larger youth councils or individual youth participation or some combination of both.
I like the idea of having a seat for a person of youth on each of our. That's just, and I think that we may not get somebody that first year, but once one person does it and sees the involvement that would be, then I think that people might pick up on that. Really good idea.
All right, I'm
May I ask at the high school, we've got like school president and a body. Yeah. Is there a way to kind of incorporate that group into some of the city functions?
So we'll get there. I think that's a really good point. I kind of marked it here for some other discussion, but let's just keep going through the list and then we'll be able to have those discussions in the small group that's larger.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Next one is develop a master site plan for the senior center.
That's ongoing.
Ongoing, yeah. All right. And then what about the next one, which is provide expanded multi-generational services, programs, and activities for the senior center? That's ongoing too?
Yes, that's gonna be always ongoing, I hope.
Okay, do you feel like those need to have any refinements, or is it just kind of continuing to figure out what those?
Yeah, no, it's,
Okay.
it's just always on our minds and in the works of the community center.
Let's refine the name of the goal, take out senior center.
Yeah, so we'll update.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, and I did it
Everything.
kind of here too, so we can make sure.
Everything moving forward. Yeah.
All right, I'll just write. Yeah, thanks, Heather, name change. Okay, and then here, use professionals to enhance communication, messaging, and engagement.
Yeah, I think that's ongoing. We've also since then proven to be able to use internal expertise with that, but that will always be ongoing.
So does it feel like it's
I don't
still
feel
at the
like
level
it
of the
needs to be a
council
council goal. It's just something that we know we're going to continue to be working on in the
Yeah.
organization.
That's the way staff implements just the general overall goal of community engagement. So we can take it off the council goals and leave it as an internal process.
Is everyone okay with that? All right. That's communications and engagement. So then we'll go on to parks. So one, hire a full-time position for ongoing maintenance needs, but it was dependent on the budget availability.
So right now we have 2 full-time employees assigned to parks. And an idea that I shared recently. I'm working on a limited duration parks helper to bring that person on before the end of this fiscal year, which means we using leftover money in public works. And then in the budget, see if we can get a full-time position approved, and it would go into the bargaining unit. That would be kind of a stepping stone. For a number of years, we've used seasonals, and some of them have been very successful and repeat. And it gives them a stepping stone without having to have a large degree of experience other than the 3 to 4 months that they get working with our regular staff. So it's a stepping stone, and we can grow more youthful people from the bottom up so that we have a workforce that will sustain itself when we get something.
The other advantage is that that person could also work on weekends in our parks. to
Yes,
add
and
special restroom
events, the music on the greens and things like that, because that's been lacking for at least the last couple of years. And, it would be nice we would hire them with a flexible work schedule So instead of being a typically Monday through Friday, we do a Tuesday through Saturday or Wednesday through Sunday. And that would address some of the community complaints.
I'm gonna mark it as ongoing because it sounds like there'll be this moving or potentially this LTE position and then budget discussions and appropriating resources for an FTE position. So to have council direction will be needed for that. Thank you. All right, the next one is educate city council and parks board on how parks are funded.
I think that's complete.
Yeah, I saw you guys did a work session in that. All right, what about the next one? Rezoning of Nature Park and Meldrum Bar Park parcels to open space?
Complete. Added a part, and we added Wilson Buttons. Yeah.
Awesome. You guys have some great parks in your community. All right, next one, complete Webster and Carson pedestrian improvement.
Well, Quezon.
Oh, did I,
Yeah.
Quezon? Oh, excuse me. Oh, it is Quezon, but I read it as Carson. Thank you.
I know the Quezon, yeah, oh, it's
Yeah.
Webster Quezon is the intersection, so yes, it is complete.
It's complete?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Complete.
Nice job, you guys. Look at all these complete.
And we're doing the traffic safety pedestrian improvement project.
Oh, that.
That one there.
All right. Next one, complete nature park paved loop trail. Sounded from last night, maybe that was dependent. Ongoing, because you wanted to secure funding. Is that what it is?
We have the,
Or you have the funding?
we're gonna start the project, so I would
Oh, okay.
say it's ongoing.
Just ongoing.
It's in design right now, I believe.
Okay. Great. And then there's the Robin Hood Park improvements. Done?
Complete.
Awesome. Look at that.
Silas, look at that. Come in.
That's what you did.
You guys are
Yeah.
You guys are gonna have to find some work for Silas. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have enough to do.
Yeah, we got lots of work.
He's like, I'm good.
You got lots.
Yeah, I'm just teasing. Okay, what about this next one? Research funding opportunities to complete projects in the master plan.
I think that's gonna be ongoing, but what we did learn from this is we pulled it $850,000 pot of money. So the second project that Silas mentioned last night is the picnic shelter and restrooms at the nature park. That will go with the paved loop trail.
Okay, so do you feel like if there's connection between this piece and the nature loop, should they be refined to go
I
together?
think we can refine them to go together, and we'll continue to be looking for funding for projects in the master plan for parks.
So maybe add some specificity into the nature loop from here, but then the on funding is ongoing.
It's ongoing.
Okay. It's a little bit of both. And then finally, we've got the Meldrum Bar Park Playground Replacement Project. Yeah, I put here. Submitted admin December 24 and let's see. That one's complete. And then I have you guys have a tree city designation?
so-
I didn't write that one down yet, but
That was brought on mid-year. That's an example of moving the goalpost, so to speak, from adopted goals to the council agreed. But they also wanted to do the City USA designation.
Not only did we have the goal, but we complete.
yeah, because you submitted your application in December, right? So should say Tree City USA.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that's complete then?
We just received the designation yesterday or sometime
Oh,
this
you
week.
did?
Yes. I feel like that's complete, but it also will now become ongoing in Silas's department. So I don't think it needs to be a council goal anymore.
You already give me work.
Yeah. All right. Good. Good. Here are those trees.
I got it to the finish line for you.
Oh, okay.
I guess mentioning it.
Well, that's nice. They didn't make you wait too long after you submitted the application.
Yeah,
You're
that
back.
was pretty quick.
Wow. All right, great. Okay, so any questions about any of the updates with these goals?
I will just say one more thing on item number 2 under parks about education on funding. I'm not sure whether that happened before or after Councilor Blau got on. It certainly happened before Councilor Labonte and Councilor Mitchell joined us. So if we could provide them with a link to the meeting where we did it or something else, they can get, make sure that they're caught up on it.
Yeah.
Because we're saying it's complete, but I know maybe half the council didn't participate.
I had that thought too, like if maybe whatever materials are there, then they can
Right.
just be shared. Okay.
We all like to be on the same page and have the same background.
Yeah, I think I sent them that and the utility presentation.
Oh, good.
West and all of that did.
Very
So
good.
they could watch the videos from all.
Thank you.
Any other questions about any of the existing goals? Like some clarification before we move on to our small group one.
Just from a public works perspective, I've only been here 2 weeks, but for the council people, I know you're aware of this, but the number one item, the FTE for ongoing maintenance in parks, I think that's something that needs to be talked about. It would be nice to get a person for the next 2 or 3 years. I think the parks side of it is the most heavily demanded because it's forward fronting to the community. You get a lot of requests, and there's only 2 people. We can get seasonals, but the seasonal recruitment, I think, used to be a lot heftier. COVID happened. For instance, last year we tried for 5, we were able to get 3. That's a 6-month stint. It's just really hard to get people to do that. So just speaking from a public works aspect, and I know it's general fund and there's a lot of funding constraints that go along with that, but that's a goal for me that just after 2 weeks is just trying to really build up that department with some FTEs to be able to provide the service level that I think everybody wants at Gladstone. At least that's the sense I get after 2 weeks. But
Well, I think what you have said, we hear it from communities in a lot of different places. In fact, just a couple of years ago, I was over in Bend at the Parks and Recreation District, and we had a whole 2-day workshop on recruitment and retention of staff because the continuing challenge of hiring and retaining seasonals year to year, that pool is just continuing to dwindle because they can get higher paying jobs elsewhere, or there's benefits that are attached to them, and so it's becoming more and more difficult. But that's just what I'm saying. Definitely a trend.
I think it's also important to note that goal number 2, infrastructure, and goal number 4, parks, are both heavily related to our public works staff. So that's why they're both very demanding on a brand new department head. So would you keep that in mind? We may, I meant not the specific. I meant the category infrastructure and the category parks. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Just
what I
the
meant. Yeah.
heavy on staff needs. Got it. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Any other questions around the goals? Actions? There's a lot of stuff up there. I find it useful to just kind of count and identify which ones need refinement. So under economic development, refinement on the annexation analysis, on the library old site of the library, what do you want to do there? Let's see, what else do we ever have? A lot of this work here is all either ongoing or complete, but then this unilateral fleshing needed refinement. DEI training refinement, and then checking in on the team agreement. I'm not going to circle that because that's just a name change.
Oh man, the more completes that are out there, the more they're gonna add to our plans. I feel it.
I know, you're doing
There's
a
so
good
much
job. All right, and then this explore youth council refine. Okay, so how many is that? Let me know if I missed any. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 things to discuss for refinements. Plus, in the small groups, you'll have an opportunity to propose any ideas or any proposals for new action items. So let me talk to you a little bit about how that process is going to look. We have groups, small groups for you to work in. We've put together 3 small groups. Can I borrow your this for an example? It's like I didn't have one. So we have three groups that we put together, and then that intermingles council and staff. We try to organize it based on people's interests and the areas of expertise. And so we'll have 3 groups. You'll notice there's 4 areas, so I'll explain that. But we'll have a group for economic development to talk about the refinements and new proposals, a group to talk about infrastructure, refinements, new proposals, communications and engagement, refinements, new proposals. And then each group will also look at the parks too and discuss. So each of the 3 groups will have one of these 3 topics plus parks. And then also any of your new proposals or the new ideas or things that you want to bring into consideration, they can be in any category, or the goals, like the goal areas, the big buckets, these may shift a little bit. They may not, depending on how the refinement process continues to go. But I just don't want you to feel limited. Like if I'm in the infrastructure and in my small group, I've talked about all the refinements that we want to make, but I'm a counselor and I have ideas around parks or communications and engagement or economic development or something else, feel free to write down those ideas too. The most important thing that you need to remember is that what I'd like you to do is write down your refinements or your proposals, 1 per Post-it note, and write it big. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take the information that you put on your Post-it note and we'll either put it up here for everybody to see, but that's what helps us on the back end of this retreat have the additional context as we're helping to refine the language in your goals to do any sort of cleanup after the retreat. So when you do your refinements, you want 1 refinement or one proposal per Post-it note. Per
group or for each person?
For the group. If the group could kind of like have your discussion, synthesize that into 1 idea per Post-it would be great. And then you have these Sharpie markers, so if you write with those, then it's easy to see. If you write with pen, it makes it difficult to read for the group. So it's just kind of helpful to make sure to bring everyone along on the discussion.
So you don't want it to be to the detail that was in the report that we looked at here. It's a little more summary.
Yeah.
And staff or you will help prepare something to this detail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So take a stab at what you think like the goal state or the action statement should be, and then we can clean that up as we need to. One more thing I want to do before we jump into that is just I didn't have room on this board, but to talk about the outcomes that council put together last time you met around these goal areas. And so I'll read those off, but so just to have food for thought. But some of those outcomes may no longer be relevant based on everything that's been completed. And also thinking about new refinements or new proposals, perhaps the outcomes are going to shift a little bit. And so we'll be updating those as well. But under economic development, the outcomes that council worked together to identify were to have a robust economic ecosystem, support, maintain, and grow all businesses, revitalization to make Gladstone's downtown an inviting place. So that's kind of what success looks like, what council is driving towards with staff with these goals in mind. So thinking about if any of those outcomes need to shift, just keep that in the back of your head as you're thinking about your refinement, your proposals for refinement. Under infrastructure, outcomes were solid foundation of infrastructure to support future growth and meet current system demands, sustainable plan and stable financing for maintenance and upgrades, and having well-maintained roads and address DEQ violations. Under communications and engagement, foster trust within council and staff, build trust with community, enhanced engagement with the community, and increased involvement for all. And then in parks, a clear understanding of parks funding and service structure, prioritize park improvement projects, and identify funding options, which, as you can see, you guys just knocked that one out of the park.
I have a question. How are we moving the pages 1-2 to 1-7 into this discussion? These are what our boards have come to us and asked that these be their goals. So I want to make sure that we're getting that in. How is that working in? How are you seeing that?
So the way that I recommend thinking about the work that boards and commissions are doing with council goals is to make sure that there's alignment between the two. So you don't want your boards and commissions going out and doing things that are separate or not in alignment with the outcomes or the policy direction that you're setting as council. So it's an additional tool to move forward council goals.
But some of them are really specific, which would move into a council goal. And I don't like to dismiss the work that our boards do and the work that they've done to put forth a good list of things and projects that they feel is important for us to get done.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure that we're implementing their discussions enough at this point. That's just my.
So one thing that at our department head retreat we did was we did a document that's called the areas of focus. This kind of is like what's in the pipeline, but these are new things that the council may not know about, that some projects we're going to have to do, or some franchise agreements we have to negotiate. So do you want the staff in the small groups to present those ideas from their department in your areas of focus? I know the community center included the advisory board's work plan in the areas of focus. I believe it's parks and traffic safety that are not included in the areas of focus. But those are the two work plans that whatever group, John, you're in, you need to have that conversation with what's in the traffic safety work plan.
Sure.
And then Silas and I will do the parks board work plan for that. But we had planning commission aligns with what Heather's areas of focus are for the next year. So we're assuming that the planning commission's work plan needs to become part of the city council goals. And I think that gets to what you're talking about, is you need to make sure that the parks board and traffic safety aligns with city council.
Right, and just the goal, I mean, some of the items on here that we have so wonderfully marked off as done, they were goals, but they were also set forth by our boards and our groups. And I think it's really important that we don't dismiss their work.
Yeah. So as you're in your small groups, use that as a reference point to the work that they're proposing that they do for in the boards and commissions. Lean on staff and they can share their areas of focus of things that they have recommendations for the next couple of years. So those are pieces of the context that will be helpful in determining the refinements or new ideas. And then also we've had the context map that included department work in the pipeline that's already ongoing, and then any sort of like community needs or organization needs that come up. So kind of thinking about all of those pieces.
Do any of the department heads need a copy of that areas of focus? Because I have extras. That is.
You want to read off our groups? Okay. All right, so Kelsey's got your group, so she'll share.
So the first group focusing on economic development will be Lou, Gabrielle, Tammy, Heather, and Marcy.
Is everybody able to hear that? Okay.
Lou, Gabrielle, Tammy, Heather, and Marcy, you're focusing on economic development. Infrastructure, we have Michael, Andrew, Jackie, Silas, and Kathy. Communications and engagement, we have Vanessa, Maria, Chad, Michelle, Nancy, and John.
And then all of them, in addition to those topic areas, think about any sort of refinements or new or proposals for new items for parks. And then in addition, any other kind of catch-all things that might be new that might not fit into these categories. Does everybody know who their groups, where they belong in their groups?
Take a picture of that if we're going into another room.
Yeah, might be useful to take a picture. And then so Jackie and I were thinking about how to kind of split up the space. We thought maybe one group could go into, is it the conference room?
Yeah, I think if the structure can go in the conference room.
And then maybe one group could stay in here, and then if another group wants to move out into the lobby, you can bring your chairs out there. That way you're not so cramped. So I'll let you self-select in terms of where you want to be. But what we're gonna do, I think we should give 30 minutes for this discussion. So let's come back at 10:15.
Like speed dating.
At 10:15. But Kelsey and I will be checking in on you too if you have any questions, and we'll kind of let you know how much time you have. Like we'll check in when if there's 15 minutes, and 10 and 5. Everyone feel good about what they're doing, or any clarity or questions?
Do you have more?
I do. Does it? Yeah. Do you guys need more? And Mayor, let me give you.
My understanding is that's something that.
I'll get some more of these.
All right, let's do it.
I've been away from the back board for a year.
Thank you for being
But, so no, my understanding is there's no,
Does anybody need more?
that's so my understanding is.
You're going in the hallway.
I've seen before.
If you guys need more, Jackie, do you want more?
Just one.
My understanding is that's.
We're staying in here. Oh, back it up. It's gonna be with us. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, it's kind of like a storming, norming, norming.
There's actually some in the hallway in there.
So usually any funds that go towards traffic safety, towards their things, goes to the police department budget.
They went out there, but no other group stayed, so.
Yeah, there's no big engineering thing on their list, so. Nice try.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Infrastructure, where did we end up? Oh, no.
You guys
Did
want to
I get lost? Infrastructure is where?
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a crime to move police officers.
I know, I kind of was afraid of being in trouble.
Oh my gosh.
That's hilarious. John on the right hand side. Oh, I've seen him from this chair. I've before.
Really short.
Maybe the tallest in the room.
You're really tall. You're very
tall.
Yes, my feet go, like I just like swing my feet. You can't lower it on the right hand side.
I would expect John to like lower on his chair.
I know, right? Yeah.
We don't need our picture of the board.
We get it right here. I'm gonna write a new one. This one's so crazy, and there's so much that's completed. Let's move it over there, and then it'll be even closer to you guys for your reference. And then I'm gonna provide a clean sheet for 2025. Oh, should we start with the refinements and then go on to things that you guys?
Is there any annexation?
Well, yeah. So we do align the pipeline. That's the application really with some folks. Who are, what's your name on Tony? Kirkwood, thank you.
Might like do 2 sheets just so I can have a space. So it's not like that way.
It's hard, I'm trained,
I
you
was like, that
know,
was really good.
20+ years in this line.
It's like kind of wondering if
So
Sarah and
we
Sasha
do have a few.
realize that I have like an extra. So I'm hoping that. I don't know. Do you know?
I don't know. I think a lot of it's outside.
Yeah.
Basically looking over the industrial area over off of the second, that area, I think they were.
I have concern because spot in the current annexation, essentially like where their dock is or where their housing infrastructure related need. The other concern they have is the funds being over most of that. So I think it would not be the best for this thing sitting on flags and institutions.
Because commercial and private or residential are not.
They
Done
could-
one.
So they could come in, anybody could propose to annex if they're adjacent to city limits and within the UGB. But this is saying the city is gonna go out and knock on doors and be like, hey, we're thinking about bringing you into the city, we wanna see if we can serve you infrastructure and what we can do to bring you in.
Yeah.
And that's pretty atypical unless we were next to like 15 acres of flat industrial ready farmland that we could really do something with, but I don't think Gladstone has those opportunities to make it work.
That's pretty expensive, like.
It's pretty expensive, whereas we could be investing in the things that we'll be talking about, like the downtown and building up.
I don't wanna, like,
the-
risk it last
there, or
So we have enough time to like set it up with the map, but.
things that are in the city.
So we're moving.
Where does that leave us with the?
It can still come in, so
That
they can
process.
propose, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to propose.
Yeah,
People can come
that,
back.
exactly, we have a process for that, it's in the development code, they come through, they go to planning commission first, and then come to council.
Even if we were considering kind of that forced residential annexation, we don't have people interested in it.
Yeah. We're paying the school tax, and the schools are.
Their boundary.
Yeah, yeah, but it, yeah, but we have other things within the city that are not school that they. The few people we have maybe heard from, this one in particular on Kirkwood is because they need a new sewer line on Epic. So they need to.
Are they pleased with the timeline as things are moving, or are they?
We've been moving fine, they've been moving slowly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Perfect.
And then to get back to the city to ask about proceeding.
Nothing further. They seemed polite when they came here, but they seemed in a rush.
Yeah, and it was like, we scheduled a pre-application meeting and then the, poor applicant fell off a ladder that day and like, we were waiting in the conference room and I called in and said, I'm in the ER, I'm having surgery and
Oh, what a
we
bummer.
just kind of, and then when we scheduled another time to talk, I guess he and his son have a ranch in Central Oregon and it was like last summer and there was wildfires nearby, so I'm like, I need to go,
people.
I need to go help my neighbors move their animals, and I was like, okay, you get back to us, so
Yeah.
it's sort of, we're ready, but, yeah. Okay, so we'll recommend.
You look back there.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Main Street stuff is ongoing, the old library site. Could be, I think, a bigger refinement here.
It probably needs to come on its own, right? Not as self.
I think they're really fun. Yeah, it's really exciting. Yeah. So we as a council will need to decide what we will do. Like sell it out or do a pre-development offering, request for interest from potential developers. Gladstone isn't, I've met with several developers and it's not like the most developer friendly yet, but it doesn't mean that people won't be interested. It just needs to be mindful and we don't have to do some staff to go out and find and match up the right fit. Have we determined how viable the building is? So we have this week or last week, we had a company come in to do mold and asbestos and lead testing. So we will know that within a week or so, which will help, because that will help mitigate it. I'm not sure, I know that we haven't really did an appraisal on the building because the roof is kind of sagging, and so it wasn't appraised because of that. So, I mean, it's not in great shape. So, I mean, we could decide to sell as is. So we let them build all that and have it just go pretty
No, I haven't seen the report on the building either.
Me either, yeah, they're supposed to get it to me, I checked in, this week, and he said it should be early
Okay.
this coming week, I'll make sure to share it with you. We could, it will be a bit more, money to get basically structural engineers in there to kind of see what the structure of the building is. After talking to a couple of developers, people that I do know, that might not be necessary, because any developer's gonna go in there, they're gonna just hear something anyway, so I don't foresee it's not in good enough shape for somebody to come in and use it as is. That's my opinion, because we've had, of course, community members say, oh, we can make this, we can make it that. You just open it up for, a new business, it's not that easy, it's just not, it needs somebody to put a lot of money and love into it. That's my opinion. Yeah, feel free to jump in there. The good news is, lots of good news with it, there's lots of opportunities. Yeah, if you decide to sell it, to developer, there's probably lots of other options as well. We are number one in the urban renewal area. I don't know what revenue, when revenue starts coming in for that, and we're waiting on that, okay, yep. So, I mean, that might be, that's like a long game more than anything, I think. And then we're also in the designated Main Street area, the Main Street program, which we could talk about after we talk about this, but because of that, we have opportunities. One of the benefits of being affiliated, well, I'll say affiliated, because affiliated is one of their tiers, and we are at the lowest, we're connected community. So being part of the Main Street network is we have access to apply for their, they offer every other year, and it's this year, their Oregon Main Street revitalization grant. But you have to work with the property owner or like somebody who's redeveloping a building, basically. There's lots of, I can get you information on it as well, but that we could identify that as, if we work with someone, as a potential recipient up to $400,000. And I think the state has something like more than they've ever released. So that's really cool.
There's a lot of competition for that.
They try to fund as many as they can. So they want everyone to get funded. Oregon Main Street.
They wanted as many people.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
That's to be used for.
For revitalizing them. So it could be
a lot of things.
It could be a lot of things, but it has to be like a building. It can't be a government building as far as it can't benefit the state. So there's a lot of reporting you have to do with the grant. We can totally talk about this in the future once we decide if we're gonna go for one, but it's like a 40 because you have to report, you probably know all this, right? You have to report who owns it, any kind of sold,
Yeah.
because they're using lottery funds. So the deal with that is it can't benefit the state. So it's like the state can't come in and get it and then
So it's truly economic development that's benefiting private
Yes,
business. Right.
yes.
Okay, all right.
So like maybe revitalization. All that kind of stuff. It would be like the bigger projects. So it's a little bit more difficult, but you could get, say, a facade improvement grant or a group of connected buildings. But we may not have time to apply for it like that because we work with every single building owner.
Okay.
So we're not saying it can't be done. That's what you all decide, but that's just one option.
And it's a biennium, it's
Every other year it's offered.
27.
Yes. So I would love to see, I'm happy to put forward the effort to get it done, especially, I just feel like with the redevelopment of the library site and that being available, it's like such prime time. The benefit of doing it sooner than later as well is it gets the library property back on the books for renewal fund taxes. Because right now it's not, so that's the library. So I agree keeping it as a thing as a need.
I do wonder about the potential for the library site as far as like a public-private partnership. I'm thinking about downtown Milwaukee and how they leverage some public-private partnerships to do some more affordable housing on top of some retail enterprise. Like if you're doing a full tear down and
right, if somebody decided to tear it down, yeah.
Like if there's some housing opportunities for less served community members in there potentially.
Ideas?
I haven't yet heard of local where it's interested in pushing. That's very prime real estate. so some sort of partnership or leasing structure where we're not actually selling that land. Probably the only thing I'd be most interested in.
Yeah, so versus selling it.
Yes. You know, the city does not have a surety plot of land in that project. That we do, so, right, that's important.
So if you did a public-private partnership and kept the land, how does that work? How do you entice a developer to come in and do something with it when the city still owns the property?
I think it'd be a specific type of developer, like someone who either a nonprofit or somebody who works with cities. I'm thinking of downtown Sherwood, right? The Cannon site was a private-public partnership, and the city owns the Cannon Square and some of the property. I think they did ultimately sell some of the, I don't know, but it was a beautiful project that was public land, private developer, and they worked together.
I mean, that's kind of the library, current library.
Yeah.
So owns the land, but the county is one of them.
Yes.
Yeah, so in that case, just because I'm curious, does the city then collect taxes on that? So the city owns it, we don't, it doesn't get back, it doesn't get on the books for taxing or for that. So that would be, I guess, a downfall, a downside to that. Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the things I'm not interested in,
it's too prime of a spot probably,
I
and then,
just, you know.
and parking's so expensive. I mean, it's so expensive.
Yeah, and so it's just like, whatever it is,
You don't want a parking lot.
I don't want
Like
a
anything
parking
but
lot,
parking lot, yeah.
like, you know, there's gotta be better uses for.
I think Mr. Sanchez is proposing to do parking on his farms and Portland property.
Any other ideas? So,
Empty space that
The
would to be the
whole-
pit.
yeah,
Yeah.
the former pit, the whole pit, okay. So potentially, so you would like to bring maybe to the group, the old library as a separate item, discuss leasing versus selling and the benefits or drawbacks of both? Are you interested in even discussing selling as an option?
Yeah, I'd love to hear all the
Okay,
options.
yeah.
I'm just not.
You're concerned about doing it,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Balancing the community's needs for tax base with other community needs like housing.
Right, yeah. And I'm thinking of, you know, what's gonna be, it's gonna revitalize downtown more, but bring more people down there. How we get people who want to visit there, come from out of town, come here. Yes, with that. One of the things, of course, is it's the world I live in, so,
Sure.
yeah. Okay.
I feel like that's probably a good time then. You mentioned facade improvement, and that's been something I mentioned that to you maybe last year or something. That's been a big one for me.
And that's on, that is on.
Well, I sort of added it with the planning commission for, because you and I spoke about trying to streamline the process and that sort of thing. And also like murals and kind of like downtown improvement type things. And they don't have to go through the planning commission, design review, to do a facade improvement. You know, that's gonna be the process cheaper and quicker. So that's one of the areas of focus.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think for a planning side in conjunction with that.
I love that, yeah, absolutely.
I want to see it more of a uniform facade. I'd like to say, and that's a beautiful town.
They have a very strong.
Exactly. It's really cohesive.
So
And
maybe-
everywhere you look, all the way down to 7-Eleven, space age gas station, underneath the general facade.
Yeah.
And it makes it look more,
Right.
whether it is or isn't,
Right.
it's that appearance.
Yeah.
And so that's been a big one I've had for a while.
So Portland Ave facade as a like new separate.
General
as a-
uniform facade.
So that would be a whole design code kind of thing, right?
Yeah, you know, I keep thinking of, you know, places I've been that have cohesive themes.
Yeah, of course. course, right?
Yeah.
I've had business owners ask me about, well, there are the requirements of paint colors and design, and right now we don't. And so, yeah, we do have, so separate but related, the facade improvements. I do have a draft facade improvement grant that I'm working on that we could do without the Main Street grant. That would be, you know, up to a certain amount of money, and I think I have it in here.
Right, and you had talked about it before as like flashes of paint, but I want to
That's
see it.
one.
I almost want to see it more locked down.
No, I hear you,
to
yeah.
A uniform standard.
Sure. So
And it
before we
doesn't have to be
release,
the Leavenworth
Right.
standard,
Yeah.
but something where,
so before we release a facade improvement grant,
Mhm.
we would like to see the design, the design code
Yeah,
changed or updated.
or like, would this be specific to if you're getting a grant from the city, you do this, or would this be anyone who wants to improve even on their own time that would also do this?
Like the idea of cohesive downtown, because I do think that creates when I look at the facade that it's bigger than.
How would you word that?
I'm-
Cohesive design.
Or uniform, or
Yeah,
uniform
frontage
requirements, I don't know. Yeah, uniform facade.
I lean towards the same as
Or-
Gabrielle. I don't love to add more regulation to things, but especially where we're lending out or we're giving out money.
Yeah.
I would absolutely commit.
What is the Gladstone aesthetic?
Well, this is my idea.
Ideally.
This is my
The Sandy
idea.
Chalet, that's what they call it. They call
Oh.
it Sandy Chalet, right?
Okay,
Is
yeah.
that what it's called?
It's called
Yeah.
Chalet design.
I could totally
Okay.
see that.
I would call it ski.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, sure.
Yeah,
Oh, is
just a
that-
fancy
language.
word, it's a fancy word.
I don't know French.
I know that.
Now you do.
Heather's
Oh, I
fancy.
So, yeah, is it Northwest? Is it arts and crafts? Is it?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly. I
You know,
mean,
wood, timber, Northwest.
What would it be to have a couple mock-ups of in general? Yeah.
Funding.
So should I do this full library?
Yeah.
As separate,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, there's, I mean, there are tons of ways to do that, but it's possible. So it's just prioritizing. Yeah. I don't mean, I do it, I'm not a design person, but.
I think it would be good to have a couple ideas. Like inviting
Engagement is
community
important.
engagement, it might be really exciting for people to have, like, you know, and then that gives people, you know.
How do you feel about balancing?
Kelsey, do you
I
want to check
guess
in
I've
with
never
the
seen
group?
process.
Let them know you have 10 minutes.
I bought this building, my building, to, like, I
For the
want to do
original
whatever, I want to
plan,
mean it.
see how it just kind of like
And
pushes
see
you
what,
guys
oh,
halfway
sorry.
through.
it's-
They
It's
should
like
at
a-
least
it's like
be
a fine.
They should
I
be
think
there,
that
here,
might be a
here.
good reason to have.
And then check in if
Yeah.
they feel like they need
You
more
know,
time,
just in
but.
case.
Right.
Even if it's some
People
That'd be
packet,
good.
can't, like,
yeah.
they can't say that, oh, you know, we didn't
No.
know you.
Oh, we've got 10 minutes.
Ah,
Okay, all right.
We will be to meet about halfway through.
Okay.
Yeah, we're having.
I think we're happy, we've got our refinements down, done.
Parks.
We haven't done parks yet.
Oh, we haven't. Do you
Other
wanna-
people are doing parks.
Let's go through our areas of focus really quick, and then we'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me know if you'd like to see more time.
Thank you. Okay. So, let's see, final streetscape design on Portland Avenue from the downtown revitalization Gladstone urban renewal plan. That's right now in its phase 2. Final street, no, it's in. The streetscape design was done, the original one, but it wasn't the final design and engineering, so we need to do that.
We need to put that forward for infrastructure,
For
or is it economic development still?
It's actually, it's more infrastructure than, and I think
That's what I'm
that
thinking,
mine
because like
gets,
in Silas's.
I think that for me, it gets messy just because I've been working on it. So I'm like, oh, it's economic development, but it's
Yeah.
because we've been so short-handed and that's what I've been working on. But yes, you're right.
I
that
would
is more-
say
yeah,
if we
leave
have
that for the
funding
professionals.
and we're in design, then we're at infrastructure.
Right.
Yeah,
And
you've
this
got-
Well,
is
we
just
don't,
for-
I don't think we have
Not funding.
I don't think we have paid for or hired, I think we're trying to decide where funding would come from, am I correct, do you remember?
I think you're correct.
That we're trying to figure out funding for the final streetscape design. That's the one where Jackie was asking if 3D could help with the,
Oh, with
Request.
RFP.
Yep.
Yeah.
so we
So
haven't
it
even
feels
got
like
there.
infrastructure to me.
Okay, let's leave it there then. Let's move on to enhance.
So do we need to put that forward as a new goal for infrastructure?
Is it,
not
maybe,
on there.
we could put it, it's not on there.
Let's do
Okay.
infrastructure, Portland Ave improvements.
Okay. Enhanced Main Street program, ongoing. What I will give you both the update on, is that right now, like I mentioned, we are the connected communities level here of Main Street, which means it's just, I have to do a report once a year. And I have to go to a Main Street conference. I know that's usually every other year. And they like it if you participate in the weekly, they call them Morning on Main networking group, right? And it's on Zoom, and so that's basically it. And we have access to apply for the Oregon District Body stuff like that. If we start to move up, so there's several different levels, and next level is affiliated. What that comes with is more expectations from us, which would mean we would have to get a board or commission to, or advisory board to help lead that, and so that would be for Main Street programming, Main Street programming. So we would have to start implementing that, having an advisory board. I would be required to go to more of the meetings, which is fine. I'm happy to do it. I love Main Street, and also you guys tell me how to do it. And I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Like if I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. You're like, well, maybe you are. And we have access to more technical assistance, and we would have a higher points for applying for grants that we're doing. So that's something that we could continue to do. So we're now affiliated, we have our boundary. Now we can keep moving it forward and build a bigger, more robust program.
We were to move forward and then assemble some sort of something that we add tasks onto their plate that's not necessarily related only to Main Street. It is Main Street,
well,
it's not their program.
Right.
Can we give them additional responsibility?
I am unsure about that. Maybe.
It's gonna cost money. If you're wanting them to come up with a facade themselves, because like you just said, it's usually done by professional. We've got volunteers doing that, I don't know. I mean, it would be nice.
They can help guide the process.
Right.
If they're
With
ideas.
right, Main Street
This is my
programs
time
are,
to shoot.
yeah.
That's where
And usually what happens though is, I think Main Street expectations, that would be a joint, usually Main Street programs are a nonprofit most of the time, but there are several that are part of the city, like ours for now. And well, we can follow if you guys want it there. The city would have to, like, you couldn't just change code, a Main Street program can't just change code for a city has to implement that, so maybe they would work together to implement something like that. So I'm not sure how that would work with it being internal. I think of making a recommendation and helping with community engagement would be reasonable. So we could say, we can put on here.
So I'm doing more like Portland Avenue improvements.
This is more of like a Main Street program. So basically, yes.
It's number 5, Main Street. We said ongoing, but really it's number 5.
Yeah.
Consider taking the next step.
Right.
Yeah.
Trolley Trail Bridge Replacement Phase 2 is ongoing. It's okay, good. Oh, good. Okay.
Yep.
I'm looking right over your shoulder.
I love it. By the way, your superpower, what you said, is like so just spot on, spot
It
on.
is. Well, that kind of fish is definitely spot on.
It's something we as a family are dealing with a lot of like how people process
Yeah.
things, and so it's really fun.
I love it. Elements, is there anything you'd like to see that we're not doing? So obviously implementing elements of the brand and tourism strategy.
I'd like to see more signage.
Wayfinding.
On night. Something that. Because I think a lot of people see Gladstone as part of a big house. Nice to have a nice big sign, you know.
Like the archway?
Yeah, like an archway or a, you know, something that would entice people to come out next door.
And I guess that's not really a brand new one, that's kind of, it's already on our tourism plan, but we can absolutely talk about that and talk about the fact that getting signs up on 99. We could do them off of 99, but on 99, we'll work on it. Not saying it can't be done, we need to work with that.
Sure,
That being said, one thing I should bring up, I just found out, so you might have missed it, I don't know for sure, but you know the blue signs?
Yeah.
That send you from the freeway to downtown Gladstone? Apparently, they're not, ODOT is not, they're taking applications and apparently the turnaround is really fast, but they're not going to put any of them up until the improvements are done that they're working on, which is a couple years out. And so, but now is the time to get on the list if we wanted to have, say, downtown Gladstone from the freeway.
Yeah. Let's get on board.
Yeah, right? So ODOT list, ODOT blue sign list, do you know those? Tourism signs?
Yeah, blue is Andrew Labonte with informational.
Informational.
Yeah.
ODOT info sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we can discuss what you would like, all I get to say, but visit downtown Gladstone, you know, because one of our businesses just put up an application plan. And they said it was like 2 years. No, it was super lame to go over to Oregon. Yeah. There.
I've seen some of those like for chambers.
Yes.
Yeah, that they have those on.
I mean, I think that's a really easy low hanging fruit, not super expensive thing that we could do to get people. I think that's the thing that I hear from businesses. They just want us to help them get people to downtown. So
similar to that, I put down wayfinding signs, but I've also been imagining a lot of people use our exit at 205, but don't come through the city.
Yes.
They just turn around right there, or go 82nd.
Yeah, it's used a lot for these. If you're coming, you know,
Yes.
the thoroughfare to get over to that industrial area.
I want to see us make like beautify that exit.
Okay.
Especially coming like northbound on 205 and exiting, you have to turn left there for Gladstone. Like we're just looking at a bunch of dead trees and bushes. It's really cool to put some beautiful looking Gladstone something.
Is that part of the ODOT? Is that ODOT? It is part of the town center. Is that ODOT right there though? That would be responsible for that? I'm trying to picture where
I think
exactly.
that's private land owners, some of that straight ahead.
That kind of.
So you're heading north and you take the Gladstone exit and you take a left to go to Gladstone.
Yeah.
That exit.
Yeah,
Okay.
right ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
And then
so we can
people
just say, why don't
coming
we
off, going
give them until 10:30 and
southbound,
we'll tell them to take a
maybe,
break. And
because
then
then
we'll
they see Harley Davidson, they see
Yeah.
the big flag.
and I'll grab
So
the
I don't
rest
know
of
if there's
these.
a lot of
And we'll be all right. All set.
Maybe just sign.
Only they have like
Sign or
100
sign,
time.
something.
So we have a little, we have some like flexibility, we have plenty of time to talk about refinements, so.
Yeah.
Because within our own city, we could put up blue signs, right? Or
Not the
some
blue
version
ones,
of
but
it.
yeah, we do
We're
have.
gonna keep rolling till 10:30.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, and then we'll just tell you guys, you can just roll straight to your break and then we'll do
Okay,
our
good, thank you.
proposals, yeah.
Like, we can make our own, or whatever, but we can have our own nice signs there.
Yeah,
can
We
go-
can, we have the branded signs that you see everywhere. As a matter of fact, there are 2 City of Public Works, just because of all the stuff haven't been put up, that are slated to be placed, on, start with the one where Heavenly Donuts is. Gloucester, okay. Gloucester heading toward downtown, it says downtown with the arrow going forward, downtown Gladstone. And there's another one on another street, I think it might be actually Dartmouth, but from 82nd, pointing to downtown. So like you would see it going like toward, I still have so
So you're talking,
toward,
are you
toward,
talking about it when you come off of
when
Oakfield,
you, yep.
and then it would be heading down Dartmouth?
Yes, the sign is actually on I think Dartmouth. It has, there's a yellow house with a fire hydrant. It'd be right next to like near the fire hydrant anyways. They're pointing to downtown. So you'd see it from Oakfield, heading up Oakfield toward Milwaukee.
Do we expect it to look something like the one at Melbourne Bar Park, right on River and Melbourne Bar Park?
Is it the
Road,
small
or-
one? It's a small, just a Melbourne Bar. And has an
It's kind
arrow.
of a big sign.
Oh, yeah, no, those are the park entrance ones, I think.
Yeah.
So this, no, these are smaller, like the ones you'll see that say, there's one that says like community center with an arrow, and they're just like this big, like a regular street sign. Yeah. So we could do more of those, we could.
I would see more like the park entrance style. but-
Yeah, bigger signs.
Something that
you're
definitely
talking
grabs your
about, like,
attention, has our,
Yeah,
yeah,
right, yeah,
has our Gladstone branding.
Yeah, for
orange
sure.
and blue.
Yeah.
More of that.
okay. And then there's the whole archway thing, so I know the gateway sign into downtown.
Yeah.
Those are obviously very expensive, which is fine. We can figure that out. I'm sure there's budgeting. You all can budget that right in. But just like magic, what I would say is where we need to put it, there might be benefit to waiting until some of the infrastructure is done. Because we're gonna have to do improvements, the sidewalks right there, the roads are gonna be torn up eventually. And I would just hate to see it be a stumbling block as we're going forward in the project. And that would be a sightless question, the process for making that happen. But if you do it, you wanna do it right at the first time.
It may be a 2027 goal.
Right, yeah, because I mean, as much as I would love that right now, I think we have a lot to do. Maybe there's something temporary. It's just more of a bigger sign of some sort.
Yeah, well, I just want to see a plan of something for
Yeah,
going forward.
absolutely.
If you say that's 2027 and here's why, that's fine.
Yeah.
I want to see progress, and
There's
this is what
progress in
we're
that way.
doing.
Yeah.
This is where we want to get.
We can start a plan now.
Yeah.
Because everything takes forever anyways, right?
Right, yeah.
It's a city, you know. Like,
Is that everything on your?
that's what I see here. Yeah.
Okay,
Parks.
well, can I just really quickly add to, from the planning commission
Yeah.
standpoint for economic development, so you wanna look at food park pod regulations. I think that it helps, from the design side and also from the developer side. And,
Is that a new one?
well,
Okay.
Maybe I was looking at
Maybe
your
when you
plan.
update
No,
it.
I was
Oh, you're
looking at the,
looking at
yeah,
this.
yeah.
I'm wondering if we take that and this administrative level of design review and the potential for economic development changes, and we categorize them as reviewing and streamlining development review under economic development. Like, just kind of have it like it, and then when we talk about it, so like,
Because that's a new one, correct?
yeah,
Okay.
so economic, this is under EXDO. For economic development projects, so, and then.
Which is effectively cutting out the PC and making it
Design
more
review.
staff.
Potentially, or having some, yeah, just reviewing what could be done easier. So the mayor gave us, he really likes the Beaverton food cart pod standards, and they're like just clear. And like if someone came in and wanted to apply there, you'd be like, yep, X, 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 okay, good. You did everything, so I can never stamp it, basically.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to go to planning commission, but if you want to do something different, then it needs to come before, yeah.
I haven't looked at them or read any of them, but I've talked to other people, and I know there's a wide swath of various regulations.
Yeah,
Or
that's great.
intensity of regulations.
Yeah, so that, because it's a little bit of cost, it's not, it tends to be somewhat nominal between like a staff overview and it's like 1,000 versus 2,000 or something, it's not a crazy difference. But the time it takes to schedule the hearing, send out the public notice, yeah. And the copies if you're doing, you know, like it's just a much bigger process and time commitment. If you're like, we got our financing, we want to move forward.
Especially if it's a city grant and then we make them for the city grant.
Yeah,
do-
particularly city.
Right.
grant,
Yeah,
obviously wanna
Make it
streamline.
as easy as possible for us to
Especially
use
if
it.
we have criteria for,
Yeah,
you
that's
got a
even
grant
better.
for a facade improvement, you have to do it in a certain way. We already know you're doing it the way we want you to do
Yeah.
it. Why would we send you to our planning
Those
commission?
design standards, I have it in my notes with like, in my draft of my facade improvement design standards question mark, is like,
Yeah.
what do we, how do we, if we don't have that, how do we say, oh no, that doesn't work?
Yeah.
We don't have anything to stand on other than, oh, we think your plan's ugly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that would be helpful so that it's fair for everyone and.
The other ones that PC has are the FEMA floodplain management. I don't think that needs to be a 2-year goal. We're gonna be done with it in like 3 months.
That's the plan.
Yeah. We will keep the city's flood insurance as long as the federal government keeps it. Yes, we will keep it. Review and implement accessory dwelling unit standards. We can just,
But that's not really a council.
yeah,
Is
okay,
it?
yeah.
Because
It
I
doesn't
think that's
go-
something that
no.
we've all said is good, we're ahead on. You know, I know we
Okay.
Talked about it.
So it's just
But-
part of the planning commission work program.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, that's all I got from the planning commission.
Respectfully.
No, that's great.
Like, I think it's great we're moving forward on that, but that doesn't. have to be-
Yep. Sounds good.
Look at, reclaiming, this is combining, we need to talk about that. Number 5 and 7.
Okay, so that's going, and then master plan for funding is separate,
I
actually.
don't know how we're really refining these besides saying that
Yeah.
they need to.
Yeah, well, yeah, the nature park is ongoing and design, but
Right.
it is connected to number 5, the number 7 master plan. Part of it. So it's just basically searching for.
Just continue searching for funding.
Yeah.
I don't think the things that.
Now that we have Silas.
Well, and we've got that 850,000 from Metro.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think that's, yeah, I'm
Every
just trying to bring these. Putting them together.
They want to be behind that.
Well, I mean, you're talking about.
I don't really think it's too big. Follow that conversation, but those are two separate items.
Because funding, well, I think maybe with the funding, they were talking about using some of that funding for the nature park, the trail for the picnic shelters and the.
Picnic shelter, that's where it was.
And,
yes.
Just Paisley,
Yeah.
and then they funded also. the
Right.
picnic shelter.
Thank you.
Yeah, one weird little other thing that I could carry on Gladstone parks is the ability to reserve space. So I can give you a little history. So we have a recreation program in the summertime. Have a staff person come on. I know it's been discussed, discussed it many times. There's a more to it than just, okay, yep. So it's just something that would have to be implemented. We have to figure out staff time. how much time it's gonna take. Then you're also gonna have to have your public works department go out and put. I mean,
I'm disinterested in it.
Yeah.
entirely.
well,
It's the only thing I've like, it's one of the things that I've had.
and I know it causes a lot of issues down there, but it's just, there's a lot of staff time that goes into that. We only have
A little
a certain
bit,
amount of
yeah.
time with our staff person that comes on, but if that's something you guys are wanting us to move forward with, that is something we can certainly.
Wake up earlier in the morning. Hold on, that
We
one,
do-
but
we
you
do.
wake up earlier.
Well, the other thing that we didn't talk about, like, going back to the branding, tourism branding, is the mural programs and maybe making that a little easier, because I think I wasn't here when we were all going to that, so kind of but I know that it's to get approval and having to go to design review, having to do all these things, it can be a little bit challenging. But there's mural programs, so we could open up funding for a couple murals. We could do a call for artists for a couple new murals. Specifically, I think that if we can get permission from the library, or not the library, the post office building, that's not necessarily my idea. I've heard it from around. I know, it is hideous. And so I think the mayor actually brought it up the first time. I'm like, that's a fantastic idea. And so I actually have the person's phone number who owns it. So something we could, if we decided we were going to put some effort into this, that's one thing. It is, she lives in like some river or somewhere like that. I don't remember. Yeah, and then they lease it to the government.
The land.
Yeah, it's a great way to make money. Improvements in it.
Yeah.
So if we can help with that, maybe we can help. Like, let's throw some paint on here and put a mural on there. So it's like so there's that, and then placemaking projects, and those are really good for community engagement. Doing placemaking projects, for instance. A placemaking. Are you familiar with that term? So placemaking project is a project that you can engage the community members in participating in to, say, beautify or make third space or downtown next to thing. So one example could be art projects such as the in our tourism brand strategy, the crosswalk mural. So it's basically our branded colors and design on the crosswalk as a crosswalk at Dartmouth Saturday. And we could literally just get, and there's nonprofits.
As long as something like that inside,
yeah,
then we're good.
Yeah, we did the right kind of thing. We could tape it off. We could make.
All right, it's 10:30. So why don't you guys like wrap up, and we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back at 10:40, and then we'll do all the proposals.
Okay, great.
Okay.
No, we were talking about the murals, like the mural program, and then the placemaking project of like the crosswalk mural, and how that could be a community project. It is, and we could do it. It's so, what I understand, inexpensive and more simple. We could just do it in the spring and have it be a really fun community project. And when they do the infrastructure thing, that's fine. We could redo it later. If they're still,
It's that cheap.
Right? Yeah. Like when we have some dry weather. Yeah. And it's on. I don't know. It needs to be its own goal. It's on it's just part of implementing. But that might be a specific outcome that we want to see. Yes, sir. That's a really good idea. More likely to get.
At the moment.
Yeah. Did we hear individual additional items that we had?
We did not.
Okay.
I have one. So Gladstone this way.
Yeah.
Number one, I brought it up yesterday for the staff important is the permit funding for like.
Have you been to many fish concerts?
To me, that's.
Oh, just a couple when I was younger.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's.
There you go, yeah, quite an experience.
Is it in
Enjoy it. What's that?
We couldn't deliver.
I've never had an opportunity to be there. But, yeah, it seems like it's one of those, it doesn't quite capture when you watch it on the screen. To be like the first, yeah. You play? Yeah, I went that range. Right.
I would love to see my partnership. I know the objective is working.
Battery was.
I hear my name over there.
Only good things. Only good things.
Oh, yeah.
Don't promise
Remember,
anything.
I have superhuman symptoms.
That's right. How's your gut? How's your gut feeling right now?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I know Marcy, something you were kind of working on, but I want to see, I know we don't have the staff for like a full public information officer, but I want to see more of that, better social media, I know Public Works was talking about that.
I,
My gold standard of local
Good.
government, social media, like, police department. I don't know if you guys look at that, but theirs is phenomenal and very active, very engaged.
Which department?
Milwaukee.
relations, public information.
Yeah, probably falls under communications, but
Yeah,
I
that
want
would
to
be
see us
me.
move up to that level.
That would be me though, for me
Yeah.
and Haley.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is
You
good.
guys are-
And I agree.
and I know it's something.
Any specific area that you like just in general, because this social media is very, just like, this is the information, here you go.
Right.
Would you like, you want more engagement? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want to see,
Like, what type of information are you looking for?
Well, not comments from the public.
I know, right?
not comments to the public, but go out and follow one of the parks guys for
Okay.
half a day and get an interview and post kind of snippets of that and what they do, what they like about it.
Like a
why
day
they
in the
like
life.
Gladstone.
A little bit more lively than just like, here's our minutes.
Yeah.
Here's our, yeah.
Yeah,
And
and then,
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
oh, just that
Day
general.
in the life. Follow me to my desk.
There you go.
So does
I'm gonna
the
go out and bug Haley and Tammy.
Public information involvement,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Public Works, police.
yeah, those are.
I do on my list, just in this whole thing, and it's actually included, I just haven't done the engagement with it yet, is a business, Gladstone business and tourism page.
Yeah.
And that, we have that. I just need to create some sort of, posting schedule and be on top of it, because I think that from what I understand of it so far, the comments will kind of need to be open so that people will engage with the businesses. And I think I'm nervous about doing that because of wanting like to say things, so that makes me nervous. Because I'm like, I have to then make sure every single day that Haley are on there, and which is fine. We just need to like, okay, here we go, and do it and see how it goes. What do you think?
What you guys are starting with the businesses, promote the business.
Yes.
newsletter.
Did
I
you
think
see that?
will be- It's just
The
coming out.
December, or-
Yeah.
No, it's just coming out.
I
They haven't
emailed
gone out.
the businesses about it too, and so,
Signature.
yes, go ahead.
Uh,
No, it's good.
Your baby.
No, we
Yeah,
are
I-
going
I
to
have
use
a-
a section of the newsletter that goes out to everyone to feature a business. They can send in a blurb about their business, pictures, logo, the events they have coming up. So every month there'll be 1 to 2 businesses that will be on there. And then second, another section in kind of community events where we're going, like, does your business have a sale going on? Do you have an event? You know, a lot of our businesses have all sorts of really fun events that we don't know about, unless you follow that specific business. And so this will give them an opportunity to tell us what's coming up in the pipeline and us to put it on there. In addition, they haven't started yet, but we need to put their flyers, their information, events on our screen out in the lobby here. So that'll be rolling. So another, yeah, another public information.
It doesn't change as much. What needs to be done, particularly.
Before we open my book.
Maybe it's more falls in accounts, although it's not, but I want to see meals are one of the things. If just breaking bread before talking about something where we're not all going to agree on it. It's a really great way to humanize the people on the other side of this.
We're not doing trust falls before, it's an awful great idea. Like after the recording started though.
Not such a goal, but.
Yeah.
And then I wrote down explore emergency preparedness in the city. I want to hear more updates on how to respond to different situations, but I don't really know what it looks like. I don't have a scope.
Well, we're in an era
Where you can
where
like
yes,
play out.
Why we talked about climate resiliency and.
Yeah.
and.
I know I read in the
That
parks,
summary of what we're talking
they talked about
one page.
the parks work plan, they talked
Every time we.
7.
Can't go on next door and say, oh, the city isn't doing it.
Fire risk and management in parks, assess the current status of community parks and city disaster. Make recommendations based on information. Like that almost seems like something that should be elevated to a council.
How could you brought in Randy?
I thought that was
Yeah,
really
and
interesting to read. And maybe we,
And then Haley in the office is really good, you know.
It kind of falls into that one.
I know, I love your.
Yeah, it's cool. isn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool. And I noticed it like when I drove into town.
I think it is.
99. Oh, when you get to Gladstone, it's like on the.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
All right.
That's one of our difficulties with downtown, is that we aren't on that. We're not even busy. The businesses feel like nobody knows. Yeah.
Yeah, like turn here.
and Mark, for writing them out, like writing what that says.
My terrible.
I tried to put the, it's like, put dev on,
That's a good
like,
idea.
ones that we know.
I guess tourism is like that.
Yeah. Every now they have a phone in Lexmark.
That's a good idea.
Let's get rid of that. Snowflakes. Nobody wants more snowflakes. Like what?
Oh, it's warm in here. I actually got wrong end of it. Off the entrance. No.
Good, John, how are you?
Jackie, the Sherwood Forest water upgrades, is that also with Oak Lodge?
I don't think so, it's separate.
It is. Okay.
Gosh, I do, like, it is taking up so much mental energy. I've been like, do not trip on this thing, do not trip on this thing. I think I only did it like maybe once. I'm pretty good about it. But now it's feeling like,
I know.
so I don't fall.
What a clean board. What happened?
Okay, so it was getting really messy, and I felt like since you guys are such rock stars and you completed so much stuff, I wanted to clean it up so that way when we talk about the proposals for refinement and new stuff, you'll have a really clean picture of like what the marching orders are and like what's on the plate for the next 2 years, as opposed to having it messy with all the stuff that's already in that.
Got it.
That's what I was thinking.
Don't ever hesitate to speak up. Share your experience.
All right, everybody ready to get going?
I always wanted to.
Preface it with. I have a question.
Is that like going to the bank?
No, if you want to see if there's anybody else to help.
Yes. Except I don't return
Yeah,
theirs.
Or maybe you want to like bang your gavel. I always think I need to like bring a chime. Bring a chime. Everybody back.
I think they're coming.
Okay, good. All right. So where do you guys want to start? Do you want to start with economic development and just kind of go across the board? Okay. So just to reiterate, so everybody's clear on what this process will look like. So we've considered our context. We got the goal updates and the status. We had some time to put together in small groups proposals for refinements, any proposals for new ideas. And now we're going to move into the actual like goal refinement process. So this is an opportunity for council to share what they think the refinements should be. So from each group, we'll go through each of the groups. And then I would love to have a member of council be the one to present on to share the ideas on the post-its. And so try to identify who each member of council, so I think it's important for council to share those. And then we'll go through and let's do the refinements first. And then if there's any new, any proposals for new items that might be in this existing like goal area that we're in, let's capture those at that point. And then anything that we need to hold on that might be different, we can grab it over here and we can discuss at the end. Does that sound good?
terms of the approach.
All right, and then also to be clear, in terms of like determining how do we know if something on the board moves forward? So we'll have to like just make sure that there's consensus or majority on council so that it's gonna move forward. So it's not an official vote, but just making sure we have consensus or majority on council for something to move forward and become a part of the official goals. Sound good? Any questions about the process? All right, so economic development. I cleaned to orient you. It looks the same, but it's a little bit cleaner. And I took that version and I redid it here because, like I said, you guys got so much stuff done in the last 2 years. I wanted to be able to remove those things and give you a fresh perspective of what the next 2 years will look like, to thinking about like sequencing the work and like staff to get a sense of like workload too. Like, okay, what feels reasonable? Again, that's aligned with our outcomes of clear, reasonable, achievable goals. So we want to have like the right amount of goals so that you actually move forward on them. And it's not, you're not feeling like you're spread too thin with the work. So anything that was ongoing, I kept it on there, like the Clackamas County Economic Development work. But then we've got the refinements with the annexation policy in the Main Street and the library. It seemed like those were combined. So I put those together, and then these 3 are ongoing. So economic development group, what do you guys have for your proposed refinement for the annexation policy?
No, I wasn't in that group.
Who's in our economic?
Sorry.
Marcy and Heather.
Yeah, you asked the counselor to share, but is it okay if we have staff talk about the refinements, because those are a little more particular?
Yeah, it's whatever's comfortable for you. I just don't want.
I'm happy to present, but I think Heather might better be able to talk about why we came to a reason on.
Sure.
That
some of
sounds
these
good.
existing topics.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that, council feels like you got ownership of your goals. And so you guys are such a strong partnership. And so I feel like that's appropriate in this setting. So,
I don't know,
yeah,
there's
that
a lot
sounds
of
good.
sticky notes.
Yeah,
I'm like a little wary. So, okay. All right, Heather, what do we have for
Well,
annexation?
we'll start hopefully easy. Our group is recommending removing this from the council goals because we do have private groups that want to annex in, but we as a city maybe don't want to go seeking opportunities to annex. There just aren't that many properties that are development ready on the outskirts of the city, but in the UGB that we could see actual benefit from annexing in compared to the cost of doing an annexation analysis.
Mm-hmm.
So we're recommending removing this as a council.
Okay. Other council members, does that sound good?
I'm okay with it.
Good. Okay, great.
I'm only one voice.
But we had 2 on our committee.
Oh, okay.
But we do think that there will be some private annexation coming the city's way this year. We've been working with some property owners.
Great, thank you. All right, what about for Main Street and plans around the old site library?
You pick it off,
You want me to
and I
pick it
can
off?
drop the new stuff.
Okay, you got it. So they're all over the place. But there's so many.
All
Here's your right. You got it.
Library.
Okay. Have lots of ideas. All right. So Main Street. Overall, with the Main Street and Old Library, our group is recommending to separate those into 2 separate groups, with the Main Street being ongoing, with some refinements in the library being its own goal, development or sell or piece of that. And the recommendations for the Main Street program are to continue to work with Oregon Main Street and to explore the possibility of increasing our involvement with Main Street to the next, exploring the next tier. Thank you. That's how you, next step, next tier. Yeah, in the Main Street program. So right now we're considered a connected community. There's some more technical expertise available to us and support through Oregon Main Street if we do, but it does require more work at the staff level, and it also would eventually within, I think, 2 years require some sort of advisory board for the Main Street program. But if they decided to go that direction.
Okay, so the language that you're proposing is considered next step with Oregon Main Street program, and that just leaves it open for the council to receive more information and make a decision.
That's my understanding.
There
And
may-
then
Well,
the
so with-
library being a separate.
Okay, let's grab this one first, and just does everyone feel good about the way this is written or the intent behind this? Or consider next step with,
It seems to me we haven't had a lot of direct explanation about the Oregon Main Street program itself. I think Marcy's been working behind the scenes with that. Maybe a little summary of just what it is and how, so as council members, we're better informed. But I'm supportive of the goal.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Oregon Main Street is under the Oregon Parks and Rec Department. Specifically, they work with preservation, there's a lot of it. And they're under the Main Street America umbrella. So they facilitate all the Oregon Main Streets. What they are is a network of Main Street programs that support economic development of a downtown area, whatever your Main Street is, for us, obviously Portland Avenue. And they provide technical support to help you grow a Main Street program. And they have there's 4 points to the Main Street program. Promotions, which would be and being one of them. And now that I'm in front of you all, I'm going to, I know that back like the back of my hand, but for whatever reason, there's 4 points and they're all part of creating a robust Main Street program. So it's a business support, it's working with the city, because a lot of Main Street programs are nonprofits, but some do run through the city. And yeah, it creates the Main Street programming could be events for the businesses. It could be helping businesses apply for different grants that are out there, education for business owners, and things like that.
So it's resources that help and guide us.
Yes.
It's not a government program
No.
that puts mandates on us.
No mandates.
And it's something that helps us so we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time we want to
Yes,
do
it
what's
is.
been done across the country.
Yes, best practices. That's part of the technical support is offering best practices for Main Street programming, what makes it successful Main Street. And there's a lot of training available, free training for staff at the staff level, which is really fantastic and helps to really support that. It is completely voluntary to be a part of this program. And yeah, it's just a really great way to, it has proved to work so far for us, but a great way to access so a lot of really great expertise.
Good to know. Well, thanks
Yeah.
for pursuing.
I was wondering, when you say it's completely voluntary, is that voluntary, are you saying for the city or for the business owner?
For the city, and it doesn't affect the business owner, so they don't have to do anything.
Okay.
It's just us supporting them.
And then I was asked, what is the percentage of businesses on Portland Avenue that actually own their building?
I don't know the exact percentage, but there are only a few that I know of, not very many.
So in this Main Street vision, how are you including the property owners?
You always have to, in any kind of program that you have, you always include the property owners.
Okay.
So if we were to do, say, a facade improvement grant, the property owner has to agree to this. They have to want it and they have to be a part of it. Okay. So yeah, they're absolutely 100% involved. And we would always invite them to any kind of. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Are there any cons? Like usually there's other side of the coin a little bit.
On the staff level, it takes a little bit more work. I go to networking meetings, there's Zoom every week, there's conferences, and the higher up in tiers you go, the more there's required as far as staff time. That would be the only con, I guess, if you could consider that a con. I think it's really time well spent getting information and yeah, but no, I don't see.
This is like financial, we're not like invested.
No, it's not a large financial investment. Matter of fact, it's been completely free other than my tax.
all right, so we feel good about that one. All right, let's talk about the old library. What's your proposal for the old site library?
We primarily discussed that at this point, we just want to explore the options. We're not too interested in selling the sites, but maybe exploring some public-private partnerships. He was telling us about those. Or what kind of development we can do there. We don't want to make it a parking lot. We don't want to make it a parking lot or something like that. We want to explore what we can do with that site that's beneficial to the entire community.
Okay. How does the rest of the council feel about that, putting that on there as a goal, exploring development options for the library old site? And I put public-private partnership here in parentheses. And so as we're talking about the goals and like there's additional context that comes up, Kelsey's capturing all of that in the notes. And so when we put your goals together, we'll have some suggestive language on what the goal is, and then there'll be like an area for notes. So it's like potential public-private partnership, comma, not interested in parking lot or something like that. So everybody feeling good about this?
I have a point of clarification, because you mentioned not interested in selling it. Is that a consensus of the council or consensus of your group?
Within the group at least. I mean, and we were willing to explore options. We want to know everything on the table, but the city doesn't own a lot of land, so I don't necessarily want to relinquish land we do own. It's very highly fortuitous place.
So when it says explore the development options, can we include selling the property or not? I'm just trying to get clarity from the council.
I would want all opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm with Vanessa, and I truly believe that we have to make sure that even if we're practically walking door to door, we hear from everybody, because we don't want anyone coming back on us on this one. We really have to be out there. It's gotta be a really big, I mean, even if we have to hold a town hall and hand deliver invitations, we have to make sure that they're included.
And sometimes private development happens quicker than government can move. And if somebody comes in and wants to buy that property, I have to come to council and we have to have that discussion. That's why I'm trying to figure out what are the parameters with this site.
Perhaps.
Well, and the other thing is that if the option we choose involves sale of property, the sale has to be approved by the voters. So that's another step.
It's not zone park property.
It's not zoned. I thought almost everything in the downtown, that's why we had to get approval for the old city hall, but if it's a conditional use.
I don't believe we have to get the vote of the citizens to sell that site.
I'm not positive. Was your old city hall potentially zoned OS?
It was because of the library, I believe, is why we had to get voter approval.
I thought almost everything we've ever.
Spending money, I think. I think it's because you're spending money on the library is why you need voter approval.
Oh, I was thinking that almost every time we sold even surplus property.
I thought it
that
was park
potential
property, or that it could be parks property. It had to be sold or leased. Chad's looking up our
Okay,
charter.
well, we'll look it up. Yeah, I may
Okay.
be wrong on the specific.
But you're
site.
correct. If there is a voter approval required, then we have to go through that step as well.
Yeah.
So where you're saying that it could be sold and dealt quicker than government can, would we be interested in maybe looking primarily at or excluding for the next 2 years the idea of private sale, looking exclusively at like public-private partnerships or public facility of some sort, or is that?
I'm not in agreement with any kind of a sale without bringing in our community to voice their opinion. I'm just not, absolutely not. I'm not taking that one.
Yeah, I think Jackie's point is, if the timing is right for a developer, we don't want to impose a 2-year limit on ourselves.
It might be right for the developer, but not for the city.
Yeah, well, either way, yeah. No, I think we explore all options. That's our goal.
That's kind of what sounds like, there's not a consensus on what direction to take, but the consensus that I'm hearing is like, let's just explore what everything is out there and then we can continue to have the conversation. All right, those were the refinements. Does the group have do you have new ones to add?
We have stuff that came out of the Main Street conversation, talking about what Portland Avenue looks like, and then stuff has to happen there. Now.
Yeah, I think if it falls under economic development, yeah.
Okay.
Let's do kind of one at a time.
Okay, we talked about uniform facade in Portland and kind of use both Leavenworth and Sandy as examples. We don't necessarily have to meet that same standard. Heather kind of called Leavenworth the gold standard, which makes sense. Sandy has a very beautiful look downtown, so we don't necessarily need to get all the way up to that level. But I generally like a uniform look. It kind of promotes walkability, beautifies it, generally speaking. We have consensus within our group.
other members of council?
I'm trying to push back on that a little bit, that, you know, that uniform look is great, but it perhaps takes away some personality too, from downtown district.
Yeah, I think we also talked about getting input. Some design ideas. Is this something really important that Council Roberts said, that when we're talking about uniform, the uniform facade, you said something about just some other improved design standards
Yeah,
rather than, you know, everything has to look the same, maybe could be an option as well. So I remember that language coming as well.
yeah,
So it doesn't have to be an all or nothing, what you said.
yeah, I agree, but just some kind of general agreed idea of the direction you want downtown to move forward with in terms of the way it looks.
Does that provide more flexibility in terms of what that, if there was a goal was around improving design standards for facades and maybe take out the uniformity piece?
Well, is that essentially a streetscape project that we're talking about?
So remember, under your planning work program, they added economic development, that they will identify opportunities to simplify the review process for targeted development, which may include things such as facade improvements and murals. So, yes.
Yeah, I think that's on one of ours as well. Review and streamline design review at administrative level.
We talked about that in the context too of, you know, if we do have some sort of agreed upon aesthetic, that there are certain elements that you would include, perhaps that's where you get the staff level rubber stamp approval. And then if you want to go outside of that and do something innovative or specific to your business, then you do come to the planning commission and have a review of that. There could be, I know we talked about that in a slightly different context, but that's something that design review standards that are used in cities have those two paths, like a pretty clear, yes, you check all these boxes. More subjective.
All right, so how are we feeling around what the language could be? So it could be perhaps, you know, implementing improved design standards, removing the uniform piece. But I'm not sure there's consensus on that. I'm just thinking about, you know, in order for this to stay on, if we need to rewrite it in some way, so the intention are to have better.
Illustrate that, is they're going to take it as we're going to start what your building has to look like. I don't want our community to think that.
I would agree with that.
We can look at it just as updated design standards and kind of flesh it out as we go along.
The three, would you be comfortable with that if it's update design standards?
I feel like we do that already though, don't we? That's kind of part of the process.
And there are updated standards in your downtown core overlay, but that's only that 4-block stretch. However, one of the proposals for implementation of the town center is to extend that to apply to all C2 along commercial, along Portland Avenue, all the C2 properties. So if that is a council goal and we're already proposing pretty much doing that, perhaps it just refines slightly if needed, if it is identified to be needed. So
it could fall under this piece. Is that what you're saying?
It's almost under the CFAC, one above.
Oh, it's under the
It's under the
CFAC.
town center, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it would apply to all C2 properties along Portland Avenue. Explore it, I guess. Provide options.
So do we want to maybe put this in the context notes for this CFAC goal to explore, or are we wanting it as a goal?
That's in.
Putting it in the notes? Okay. All right. Does that sound good, Kelsey? Hold on. I don't want to like lose it here, but we're gonna put it here for now. Okay. What else do you have?
So do you want, I have some information about the old library. Want to just go back to that one?
Oh, yes, sure.
So the charter, so even though the charter provision is labeled, you know, for voter approval park changes, and the library site is not a park, but the way the charter defines park is actually a little more broad, and it means city-owned properties within Gladstone that are located in any zoning district where parks are allowed. allowed. So in this T2 zone where this is located, parks are actually an allowed use. So therefore, for the purposes of this charter provision, it is going to be deemed a park. And so what you need to do is get voter approval. The voter approval, however, doesn't have to be for a specific project. So you could, if you wanted to, go out to the voters now just to give council the authority to sell or lease the property, just generically, or you could wait until you have a specific project and ask them to approve that specific project. So I think,
for lease as well.
yeah, for sale
Or
or
we can't even lease it without voter approval.
just the way this, because it's, even though it's not a park, the way that definition of park is defined for the charter, for this charter provision, is basically any city-owned property in the zone where that's allowed.
So it could be a new city building of some kind without going to the voters. But if we want to lease it and maintain ownership of the land and have it used for something else, that even that lease would require.
At lease or the sale, either
Or
one.
the sale.
Yeah. But as I was saying, you could do that generically, just have general, go to the voters and ask for general authority for the council to be able to do that, or you could do that for a specific project. And so I think that's a question that you all may want to consider, because if you want to go out to the voters for the general authority, you may want to do that for the May election, in which case you're going to need to do things in the next month or so to actually get that on the May ballot.
Does council want to provide direction now, or do you want to have more discussion at a work session? Okay.
I don't
Right.
feel like we have a good consensus. I need more time than what we've got.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling like. It's an important discussion. It's a little bit more detailed than what we have time to discuss today, but we don't want to lose track of it. So we didn't talk about this in the guidelines for success, but sometimes things come up like this and like, let's put it in a parking lot. And that way Jackie can keep it on her radar so that she can bring it up in either a work session or council meeting to provide more information and more discussion. So council can provide direction. Sound good?
So it's definitely a goal, just not, we don't have any sentences underneath it.
Yeah, so the goals are around like the economic development is your goal, and here's your, so the goal would read something like explore all development opportunities or options for the library old site. Perfect, something like that. Okay. All right, I'm seeing a lot of yellow over here, so what else do we have?
Under,
You want to go through this line, the
Yeah.
design review one, that kind of falls with what we were already saying.
Review and streamline design review at administrative level, so that's kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, how does council feel about adding this as a goal? It's review and streamline design review at administrative level.
pretty much as it read from the planning report.
So the planning commission's already going to be working on making recommendations.
Yeah, so planning commission currently sees all design review applications regardless of the size or scope. So the cover over the picnic table at Public Works and, just really small projects that maybe could go quicker and be less expensive if they could get a staff level review and they don't have a lot of subjective issues with them. So the planning commission has identified that would be a reasonable thing to do. And so I think moving that forward would help with economic development because it allows smaller businesses and smaller property owners to do projects less expensively and more quickly.
What's the threshold where it's administrative versus planning?
That hasn't been determined. Yeah.
All right, so
we'll be looking at that.
we can put that in.
So this is not downtown specific, this is citywide.
Citywide
Yeah.
design review.
Yeah. All right. How does council feel about this? We got consensus?
Yeah, I'd move for that.
Anybody not okay with it?
Or I'm sitting where Vanessa is, what's the threshold? I mean,
I think
That's why I say.
Jackie, I don't want to
Okay.
speak out of turn, but could there be a joint work session when we're ready to discuss this with planning commission, city council, with what other cities?
Yeah, kind of what I'm hearing is that you guys approve what's in the planning commission work plan. Like, in our group, we just said, yes, we agree with the Parks Board work plan and traffic safety work plan. We didn't like pull all
I
them
see.
out. So that's kind of what I'm hearing is it's part of the planning commission.
It is
work
part of the
plan.
planning commission work plan.
Yeah.
But if the council would feel comfortable with, once we're ready to present the options to planning commission of what the thresholds and things will be, perhaps we could do a joint work session.
Yeah.
How do you feel about having that and then at a council goal level?
Or do you want the
Or do
goal
we
to be implement the planning commission works?
That's what we did.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, so.
And I'm thinking about like consistency among all of the goal areas. So maybe we change this to What did you say, Jackie? Implement.
And commission work program regarding economic development, or just planning commission work program.
Implement planning commission work plan. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like implement. Planning commission work plan.
That's great, and I appreciate hearing that this body would like to be involved with the planning commission. I mean, you ultimately will make the decision, it will come to you to change the code, but in the front end, looking at what the options are. And I think the planning commission also has that idea as far as accessory dwelling unit design standards, that they know council's done a lot of work on that and wants to get feedback too. So I think their work program will involve this body for feedback.
Awesome. Okay, great. All right. So then are the other ones that you have, are they related to the planning commission?
So we put down infrastructure, Portland Avenue improvement related to the Main Street program. Marcy has been primarily responsible for that, but now that we're.
So yeah, it's mostly what I was saying was when we were talking about it. I don't mean to cut you off.
No.
Councilor Roberts, I'm sorry. That it wasn't part of the Main Street program. It was just that.
It was the
we
same
were
conversation.
working on- Yes, yes. And so it is, we had decided, oh, that's an infrastructure project, not a economic development project. That's what we were.
So it would just be like
discussing.
implement like infrastructure improvements to Portland Ave.
It's more to the engineering part where we move it to
The
infrastructure.
the final streets here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't I
When
put
we-
this?
Our group goes, we have that listed.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
this listed.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't, I'm gonna put this here because we'll capture it in infrastructure. Okay, great. Good consensus, like all righty, just built in. All right, what else? What do you next?
We have some, maybe there are more other categories.
Okay.
We do those, we wait, how do you want to do it?
Why don't we read them off and then we can look at them we'll put them over on the side.
Okay.
After them, then we can have more discussion at the end. But does that sound good to everybody, or would you rather have a discussion now about these items?
Could we have the presentation for the groups that have the individual categories? And if you have one that matches, say, oh, we talked about that and we support that too. That might,
And then let's hold off these ones.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
And then that leaves the floor open for anyone with economic development to jump in right now.
Right, if you had something, yeah.
Yeah.
Did any other groups talk about economic development goals?
Probably not.
We didn't quite mean to branch into other categories, we just had lots of overlap.
I'm just excited. Okay. Are we good to move? You guys want to feel like you're good to move on to infrastructure?
I think we have an academic from the mayor's group. Have one, or are you?
No.
Are you ready for,
sorry.
you're ready for
Our
infrastructure?
first one is Portland Avenue Stormwater Sewer Infrastructure. So that's, you know, the next phase of that. That's funded through urban renewal and
Utility enterprise.
and utility enterprise funds. So combination of those.
So this is a
Leverage some
proposal
of
for
that.
a new one?
Yes.
And
It's
so,
just the next step on,
so implement infrastructure for Portland Ave.
Design and engineering. Yep.
Okay.
And that project is essentially to make it easier for there to be a little more development. Or is it that the pipes in that area are just
The pipes are bad, and if we're gonna do Portland Avenue streetscape improvements, we've gotta get the pipes fixed first. So we're trying to do both of those together. Okay, if we don't have to go to the voter.
All right, so we'll put that one on there.
But it
All right.
helps develop it because then you don't have to pay when you come along because it's
All right, Mayor, like, most of these are ongoing. What about this unilateral? Can we cover this one?
well, yeah, that one we said remove.
Oh,
At the
okay.
advice of our public works director, we don't no longer feel that that program, as envisioned, is appropriate for our system.
Any discussion or anybody not okay with removing it?
Can you just clarify that more for me? Sorry.
I will clarify more. It's usually used because systems are not filtered. But because Gladstone gets its water and it's filtered, I don't think there's that much of a threat from sediment. The other issue is that usually it's in play because you're changing sources, so it becomes becomes really important when you're changing the source water. Also, I feel pretty confident in my experience with another person at Gladstone where we could either do one internally or make some SOPs to be more responsive to any disruptions that happen in the system. That's what's generating it. And also to be honest, I'm a little worried about the system being able to handle it because it really changes velocities, pressures. We have an age system here. A lot of the valves are older. You need to make sure that the valves work correctly. So I don't want to jeopardize the system just to try to turn over water and clean a little bit of sediment out.
So I'm gonna switch this from refine to remove, and then let's go on to the other new proposals.
Okay, on the very top, the inflow and infiltration, we have it, it's ongoing, but the next phase of it is Project 3 West Basin. So we will get some more detail and be able to include that. So it'll be a redescription of what that goal is.
Okay.
With the more current level.
All right, does everyone feel good about that? Anybody not feel okay? Okay, great. All right, what else do you have?
A new addition is water system upgrades needed for the Sherwood Forest neighborhood.
Okay.
That's a neighborhood in the north part of Gladstone. So that would be an additional new goal related to overall infrastructure.
Everybody okay with this being added?
Taz, could you briefly comment on that? What is the need up there?
The need is the fact that when that subdivision was built, all of the water main and infrastructure related to water is behind curb and in parking lots, or excuse me, in front yards, very close to proximity of houses. From what I know, the type of pipe that's up there, which is AC pipe, asbestos concrete, it's ending its life, and when it breaks, it's causing a lot of damage to property. So if you can get it more in the right of way, it's going to mitigate some of that risk associated with that. But also, it would be upsizing the pipe because right now I believe there's a little bit of a fire flow issue to get flow through to. It's not looped; it's a complete dead end, and you want to have systems looped to get better fire flow. It has good fire flow, but it could be better if we were to upsize the pipe. So it's kind of mitigating some of the risk and costs that's happened with breaks that have happened up there, and then improving some fire flow as well.
Question on that one? Is that it? That if you're going to put in bigger, newer pipes, is there a connection cost to homeowners?
No.
Okay.
A lot of this, in my experience, has been capital improvement plans. So it's
Where
a
their
kind of
utility payment money goes.
right.
Okay. Just want to be clear on that.
That's dollars they receive spent.
Right. But if city council approved a project that all of a sudden I'm going to get a $5,000 or $10,000 bill for personally as a homeowner, I just wanted to know that.
Who else is impressed that our public works director had such a detailed answer after 2 weeks on the job?
I'm looking at that too. All right, let's see what else.
One of the other thing, the only other thing is part of infrastructure is dealing with the possible merger with Clackamas Fire District, something to promote to citizens, and we're doing both.
All right, discussion around this one.
How does that fall under infrastructure, Mayor?
It may rise to a new public safety goal.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So is the action here, just for clarity for staff, just that there would have to be like a council decision?
We would have to refer it to the voters. There would be an increase to the ratepayers. So it's fire and emergency services. It falls under public safety.
You say ratepayers. Would it go on people's water bills or would it go on taxes? Okay, so taxpayers, not utility rate.
Okay. Do we know when it would go? Would it
November.
November? Okay, so it'd be a November ballot. And it would go on like a rate increase.
Something we're exploring, or
You're going to have a work session in March. train has left the station. All you have to do is refer it to the voters, and then it's up to me and Cloud Conspire to educate the community on what that.
So then, I'm gonna put community, for context, community education too. Feeding into a ballot measure. And then I'm gonna put it did come up, but I'm gonna put it over here as I mentioned, maybe it'll fall under something, public safety.
Now, we reviewed some of the parks goals too. We mentioned Nick Shannon Park play equipment upgrade.
Okay.
So that's an improvement to equipment and layout of one local neighborhood park.
All right. Council good with this? Something that I did hear in the outreach, I think everybody mentioned just continued improvements to parks, equipment, and playgrounds. So
good. So the general support for that. One other one with a little bit different focus is High Rocks Park, which is an ongoing safety concern. The need to assess the risk, whether we will have a renewed relationship with AMR for on-site lifeguard services, or whether that's something we need to work out with Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. Whether the park should continue to be available, but it's hard to make waterfront space unavailable to the public. So, how do we really make that a safe place as it can be?
discussion around this?
We have it written down too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
What do you want to
forgot
share it
throw
now?
parts out there.
Yeah.
But just what a priority that is. Talked about it yesterday, but
Mhm.
we're gonna have to do something before the summer.
So consensus in that, in the infrastructure group and economic development group. Others feel good about putting this on there. And then High Rocks Park assess risk, renew AMR, CCSO rescue. Does that, you feel like you have enough clarity? Staff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We wrote parks, but that could end up being public safety also.
Yeah, I think
If
that
we were
goes with
making it
public
category.
safety.
Do you know if it goes in public safety?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I'm just gonna make a public safety note, even though I know you guys are gonna remember for me, but I just feel after that.
And then just a general comment to support the Traffic Safety Advisory Board work plan, which in our specific discussion included concern about speed limits on Webster Road and Oakfield Road. That's also a public safety one, so we have a nice new category to put it in.
So, and this would be like implementing their recommendations, similar to the planning commission. Okay, everyone feel good about this?
Yeah, that's all new.
Great, is that Mayor's?
That's it for, I think that, yeah.
All right, great. Okay, so communications and engagement. Why don't we start with the DEI
Training refinement proposal.
You guys have, team, speak up if I forget anything. So for the DEI training, we just want to continue the DEI training, and that could, for staff and council. So we are thinking of like LOC training, a group one for the council, and then they are currently working on CIS training for staff.
Like basically just taking advantage of existing resources and training. So LOC for council and then CIS. That's from the rest of council. Does that feel good to keep that on? Any thoughts about additional refinements or other pieces? Feels pretty clear, but I just want an opportunity to provide feedback. I'm going to take that as everyone's feeling good about it. All right, what about the council team agreement? And so we're not going to be like refining what that is right now in this piece of the discussion, but it's the goal is like, let's revisit it, let's update it if it needs to be updated. Let's make changes to it if it needs to be updated. But we had discussion earlier on whether or not it was complete, but now we've got new members on the council. So where did you guys land?
We have review and agree to council rules. We're in, this year we're up to review council rules again, whether that is we read them and say we approve, or we read them and edit them. And then that would probably go into the team agreement as well.
Yeah, because I think your council rules to review every 2 years, right? So review and maybe approve or agree. How does everyone feel about that?
That would work session.
Sure, yeah. Put it back on, or you could do it at a regular meeting if we don't have a head.
Yeah, and we can start that. I mean, depending on how much time we have to do, we can kind of start, we can gather some information around the team agreement.
Okay.
So, all right, so potential work session. All right, we had ongoing, and then youth advisory council. And that had those, remember, that had kind of just to orient the rest of the group with the discussion around the police community academy and engaging youth. And then also, was it the parks board too?
Parks,
Parks,
traffic.
traffic. So all of the boards and commissions just having increased youth involvement.
Yeah, we talked about exploring alternative pathways to recruitment versus last year we just did this, 7-person council, and it was not successful. So maybe looking at like a project orientation. So if we have a project, and now we put out recruitment for youth, which a lot of large youth councils already do, but we're thinking maybe if we just started with that, it might be a good recruitment path. And then the cadet program with the police department is also called the program. Just alternative justice. More defined and maybe passion driven.
Yeah, and so instead of someone committing to like a year commitment and serving in a lot of different capacities, it's like you mentioned, it's a project based. We're soliciting input and involvement for this particular project.
We also talked a little bit about having, instead of having a youth advisory council, that we add these to boards. Yeah.
Like add a creative position.
Yeah, like create a youth position for each of the boards and try to recruit and fill them individually rather than as a group council. And that way, if people have, if youths have interest in parks, we might be able to pull it. Like it might be a more focused thing, and therefore something that they.
So I'm hearing a couple things. I'm hearing one is explore alternative pathways to youth engagement. And I'm also hearing creating a dedicated youth board position for the boards and commissions. Yes. Board, or you? I'm not. Sorry, I misspoke. Create a dedicated position on each of the boards and commissions for like a youth member.
Yeah, perhaps that's something, last time around, Jackie and I, Vanessa kind of worked together to create what it was that didn't end up working out, but perhaps we can go back to the drawing board together on a smaller scale basis and then bring something back to the council at a later date.
So perhaps that position on boards and commissions could be considered like in the notes section of alternative pathways for youth engagement. Or would we just say alternative pathways for engagement in boards and commissions for other parts of the city? I just want to make sure that there's clarity, so staff has direction on.
Yeah, we'll go back and draft it with staff.
So we'll make it. You know, I have that. So we'll have the goal say something like explore alternative pathways for recruitment of youth to boards and commissions.
So is it just recruitment, or is it the kind of gaining their ideas and their input? Because it's one thing to have one person come in, but is there a more effective way to get the ideas of the young folks in our city to influence what we do?
Let me try that. It didn't work very well.
Try what exactly?
Well, we didn't get enough applications of interest, people who want.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I mean. If there's a more like organic in school way to the application and all this, but That's probably a conversation for another day. Yes, youth involvement is great, and I feel like there are, just because we're not getting a person who wants to be on a particular board, I think there's still a lot of value in what we want.
Yeah, so maybe it's just like this continues, so having youth engagement in the city continues to be a priority for council, and so just trying to figure out what the best way of getting that engagement, what that looks like, so further exploration. All right, so let's figure this out. So
Chief, do you have anything to add?
No, I think we pretty much share. I just looked on different avenues. Volunteers.
Instead of calling it a youth advisory council, could you talk about youth involvement
Or engaging like
in local government and just leave it kind of generic and then,
Oh, yeah, we don't have to. I know what
Yeah.
advisory council
and if
is.
you find someone that has an interest in parks, bring them in. If you have someone, they would be in that program, but I mean, there are different opportunities. With Michelle, we were talking about opportunities for people to be involved with the aging population. Since the community is changing and you're finding more multi-generational families, which is how it used to be, they may have grandparents that now go to the community center and they would want to be involved. But if you leave it generic, then it gives you more opportunity rather than continue to try to find something that hasn't worked for 2 years.
broad municipal youth engagement.
something else when I was preparing for the retreat, and I saw that in the notes of the report that you guys had 4 applicants, but like didn't have enough applicants to form a youth advisory council. It reminded me that there's other cities in the area that they might not have a youth advisory council, but council has made like they've passed a resolution essentially to create a youth council member position, and that person like comes from the local high school. They submit an application, they get interviewed by council, and then council appoints that person as a non-voting member of the council for like a period of a year. And so that's another option that you could look at too. And so maybe you had some candidates that were like, it would be great, we just didn't have enough to form like the council, but maybe you have, someone in the community that wants to get more involved. So whether it's on a boards or commissions or a youth council position, you have options. So I feel comfortable here. It sounds like the rest of the group does, that we're just keeping it open-ended to continue to explore options with the goal of having more youth engagement and input in the city.
I especially like the suggestion about related to specific projects, because sometimes I think there's teenagers, middle schoolers especially say, the parks don't work for me. I've outgrown the climbing equipment, but it's not a suitable place for me to hang out the way it is. And, we could solicit input from them on what would a park for middle schoolers really look like? What equipment would you like to see? And then maybe we could recruit on a specific project. So I think that's good.
And just to mention on that, I know with the bond measure for the school, which hopefully will pass, we'll see, that's Superintendent Peterson, that's one of his visions exactly, is for a type of playground that suits more like middle school children. Yeah. And especially in that area where there's a playground deficit in that area. The youth input is kind of happening on that level. So
we could do it jointly. Solicit that input.
All right, I'm just going to capture that as like partnership with the school district. So there could be potential opportunities. Not a goal. These things are just maybe to go in the notes section for additional opportunities. All right. What sort of any proposals for new?
There's a couple, and then I'm going to bring back DEI also. Okay. So a new one is finding new marketing ideas, outreach, and social media. We've definitely upped our game in this regard, but we're still missing a large part of the population, and we need to discover how we can get, we have the newsletter, we have information or messages sometimes in our utility billing, but there's a large portion of this community that has no idea what's going on here.
So there's the council goal that we marked as complete as enhancing communications and professional support. And I think the group came to consensus, like it's ongoing or it's kind of moved into implementation. So would this fall under that like purview of like, we're going to continue to do that work and always trying to improve and enhance our marketing communications? Is there a specific piece? You know, it could be that, or you could just say council saying like, we really want to prioritize getting out our message and communications with our constituents.
The latter for me. I don't think we are quite on par with the surrounding cities as far as getting our messaging out. How they're doing it differently, I don't know. Follow some of the surrounding cities. So I know what's going on here, but you know, obviously I know what's going on here also for the counselor, but you know, to regular community members. You know.
I think it's fair to say, I think a large segment of the population is around the news.
There's that too.
Myself,
Yeah.
and so that if that is like our focus, we'll be missing. Yes, we marketing development.
And I think that, the larger picture, the change of ownership of the Pamplin Media, the loss of the reporter who focused a lot on Gladstone in the past has made us a little less visible in that media format, which also fewer and fewer people see because you have to pay for it to get it. You can't just pick it up. They used to have a box of them for free at the post office. Anybody could see it, and you knew a lot about Gladstone for that. Now it's not accessible anymore. The only place I ever see it is on the table next to the mailboxes in the city office. So
yeah, as local newspapers are like struggling, like that used to be a huge mechanism to get out the news of what was happening in local government in the cities. And so it's challenging. We've worked with some other cities that are like, yeah, we've lost our like local news outlets. And so how do we effectively tell the story about all the good work that we're doing? So it's challenging. Jackie, what's the current staff? Like, do you have dedicated staff that does marketing or communications?
No, there's small city will jump in and do it.
Yeah, so what would this look like if you become at the administrative level? We're having a goal around increasing marketing and communication.
I don't know if I have an answer for that right now. I'm just trying to get a lay of what's up there before I can kind of think about who needs to be assigned, delegated what.
So I think one of the things that we talked about, and anyone that could correct me if I misunderstood this, is sort of like reviewing what the neighboring jurisdictions are doing and sort of coming up with like a plan to say, okay, here's a plan that we can maybe follow to increase our communication strategies, and whether that's social media or other sorts of things for those group of people who don't use social media. So just sort of like, have staff explore what that is, and then come up with an idea of like how to accomplish that, and then work towards implementation of it. So it could be like one staff person just gathering information for the council, or it could be, actually hiring a consultant to do that. And I think there's lots of options to do it, but it's a matter of just like, we seem to be doing some stuff, but other jurisdictions seem to be doing it a lot better. We don't know why. And so where's that gap?
And how do we measure that they're doing better? Is there like how do you know?
They're physically putting out more content.
Well, content's one thing, but if you physically.
If there's an issue, I'm seeing Milwaukee ads all the time for what's going on in the police department or at their city hall, or community events that they have, but I'm not seeing Gladstone, and I live in Gladstone. That's
just for staff clarity, you're speaking specifically social media, correct? Is that what I'm understanding?
Not necessarily.
Okay, when you see ads, where are you seeing them?
Well, that's what I see them.
Yes,
That's
okay.
just me.
Okay,
We also have
but you're not-
population who does it.
Absolutely,
Who doesn't
understood
that.
Okay.
Michelle, this is just an example, said that there is a way she and the community center can text people based on the communication information that we provide to her. Obviously, they would have to sign up to that. We're not going to mass spam, text people. Is that an option?
Okay.
So I put something, so when Chad was talking, I wrote down, trying to summarize and capture what you said, like maybe it's about research or explore best practices and develop recommendations for enhanced marketing and communications in the city. I spoke about that, and then
That's a good way of putting it. We also put down public information and involvement kind of along the same topic, just informing the constituents what the city does.
Yeah.
Members of the daily operations of our staff here are, how the city operates.
And that your council is not paid.
Yeah.
Lots of them seem to think we are. I'm just, don't put that out there.
Yeah, okay, I'm right there.
Right.
Okay, so inform constituents, tell the city's story.
Thinks we make so much money. You make so much, how come we're not?
Would now be a good time to update on kind of the things that we have been implementing most recently in that regard, or would that be another time?
It's up to Ash.
I think it's important, let's just put a pin in it, and
For
if
sure.
we have time, then
Absolutely.
we will.
Absolutely.
But I think let's capture that, because I think there's definitely consensus that that's a priority, but not consensus on like how that needs to happen. And so maybe just more exploration, kind of see what's working well, and then come back and see.
Adopt and approve the traffic safety plan.
And that would be coming out of the traffic safety board advisory board?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We already have, do we
Yeah,
have
we
this
said
stuff?
that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the same,
Yeah.
are these the same thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry,
great.
I couldn't see.
Oh, no, I know, I'm like, can you see this? As I'm like standing in front of it? Okay, so we feel good about that? All right. All right, do you have other new ones from your group?
It's in line with DEI, but it's kind of some new things. Looking at creating a separate committee underneath the Community Center Advisory Council that would be specific to planning, cultural events or inclusion events, whether that be at the community center or expanded beyond that. And the committee would be more representative of our entire community and not the usual people we get applying for boards and commissions. And one way that was suggested to do that from Chad is to use non-traditional moving.
So it would be
Just like our not normal one post on our social media page that says, hey, we would need some committee members.
maybe some more targeted outreach.
Right, and more
strategic outreach.
specific to, underserved population.
All right, so the goal would be create a DEI committee,
Not necessarily the name of it, but
or create a community committee of some sort for DEI, and specific to the community center or more broadly with the city?
I think it would fall under that advisory council.
So you have the community center advisory board. I don't know if I'm using the correct word. But then this would be a subcommittee? of that?
Yes.
Okay, so
Community
create a
center
DEI
advisory board is
subcommittee.
not, right,
Cultural programming subcommittee.
Cultural programming subcommittee.
And I would say, I don't know, it's nomenclature, task force rather than subcommittee would not be a subcommittee of the existing committee, because that would be the same people, just a group of them. It would be a different committee that would just operate. Now, when you say it's under the Community Center Advisory Board, that generally means it's under the community center staffing as well. And so in terms of budget, that's another consideration. But I like the idea of the targeted recruitment for this specific cultural or ethnic or whatever kind of program.
Right. I want to make sure we hear from the community center.
I think kind of where she was going with this is that, correct me if I'm wrong, having just a little bit, because we do currently have cultural events and activities every single month at the community center, but you'd like to relieve some of that pressure off of myself and having a group of people who would from different backgrounds come in and maybe represent some of those activities that we're doing a little bit better and plan some of these events that are going on at the community center, correct?
So we can have more and larger scale without, putting all these responsibilities on Michelle and 13.
Okay, so the role of the committee members, would they be advising staff on what those events should be and what they would look like, or would they be hosting would they be planning and hosting the events?
They would, sorry, but I personally don't have the capability of having that amount of staff out there to do the kind of things
So they
that
would
you're
be
talking about.
doers. Yeah.
So they
Doers,
would
not
really need to
tellers.
be hands-on if that was the case.
Yes, I mean, and we've had that, we've done that before with traffic and safety, where, you know, volunteers at various community events, so I think the president.
But was there traffic and safety hosting the event? I'm just thinking that's a lot.
Yeah, so it is a lot of work. So when we have the volunteer job, my department is building it and setting it up.
Mhm.
The volunteers show up and participate and do that. So there's a lot of work behind the scenes when you do that. Huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of coordination between city departments and permitting for events or infrastructure,
And that-
road
and that
closure,
take-
or
and that takes
safety.
staff. That definitely takes
Yeah,
staff.
I'm thinking about this. It's a really good idea, and it's a good thought of like trying to how do we get the city to have more events that are more representative and celebratory of all the various cultures in Gladstone. But I'm looking behind you at the roles and responsibilities in terms of like who does what, and it gets a little bit challenging when you're recruiting volunteers to do work that staff would typically do, because to like what the chief was saying too, like there's a lot of work that goes into planning those events, and so if volunteers are doing it, they might be signing up for more than they realize, or like having the understanding of how everything's connected, or coordinating with public works or public safety, or other events. It might just, I don't know, I'm just posing that for conversation between, council and staff, and how you feel about that. If that would be feeling appropriate to have volunteers actually hosting the event, or if it's more of serving in a committee where they're coming alongside staff and saying, it would be really great to have an event around this particular holiday, and this is what it could look like if we can help mobilize volunteers to help support the event once it's happened, like during the event, and like having different jobs and implementing it. But then there would still need to be like a staff member who's kind of like running point and hosting it. So it would be a city sponsored event, but just very volunteer driven, like community volunteers implementing it. Does that make sense, that distinction?
Yes.
That's helpful. It's helpful to hear from Michelle that you see this as something that's not going to add to your workload, but something that's going to take something off of you personally and put it on volunteers. I look at the chart over there with the blue circle and the red circle. And if you put an advisory board and commission on the blue circle, and then volunteer worker bees in the red circle, that's what we're talking about. So that your advisory council or board doesn't also have to put on the event, but they can say, we need to have these events, but these events will require staffing, but the staffing will be of volunteers. So if the traffic board says we need to have a bicycle rodeo to teach kids, but we can't be the only ones running it, we need to recruit a few older volunteers from the community to come and help with that, then you get volunteers to staff it. But you don't say, we want the police department to staff it on their time. So it's kind of just a sort of hierarchical structure that involves community in actual work, and ideally relieves staff of work and doesn't add to their workload. Am I getting it correct?
I understand what you're saying, but if the traffic safety, the police department wants to put on a bike rodeo.
Yeah.
Right? It's gonna be using city facility, it's gonna be a city-sponsored event, right, because we're sponsoring it. So staff would have to be there, so that means we'd have to plan with, coordinate all the volunteers being there, coordinate what the overall mission and outcome is going to be, set up the bike rodeo, push out social media, and then the volunteers will show up and provide the service, help provide the service with staff there also.
I maybe make a suggestion. what if you had an advisory body that would sort of be advisory to the community center staff and just look at their programming and say, you know, here's ideas for other cultural types of programming. And then staff can look at that and say, here's how we could implement that. If they wanted to say something like, hey, here's an event we can do, if you can get volunteers, and they go back to the advisory body and say, if you want to have this kind of event, here's how we think we could do it, but then you need to go recruit a bunch of volunteers. And it sort of keeps the circles in the same way where they're giving advice to staff, and the staff's going to look at that advice and say, you know, here's all our various programming. If we want to implement some of these things, we can remove some of these and add these, but staff would be making those decisions like they are now.
So I am not in agreement with this, and I think the reason for that is that the community center has tried really hard in the last year to get the implementation of other programming going in the community center, and which I tried really hard to back that. And I don't want to add anything or interrupt anything in their way of getting their list of goals done. And I think that this is starting to sound like a lot of work for the community center staff. And if we implement it as a goal, then we're circumnavigating, if that would be the correct way to say it, what they wanted to do, what is on their list of things they want to do. And that whole piece of growing the community center activities during the day and in the evening and on the weekends, that's a full-time job in itself. So to add anything to that, I feel like would be taking away from what the community center vision is. Hope I said that right.
Essentially, the goal is to get underserved citizens in the right.
I mean, yeah, we can't dispute that. The current advisory council shouldn't be saying, hey, we should have X, Y, Z cultural events when they don't belong to those cultural events. You know, you can't dictate what that should look like when you're not part of that. It's not our place to do that. And the community center does have goals of having more cultural events, special events. So be a group that would help organize those.
And did you really just what you say? Wait, what's that? I'm sorry.
They have existing ones, and you guys do an amazing job. Like I've been to, you know, I think they bring in people who would normally go to the cultural center. That's really important for the purpose of that. Like to grow into. I think the vision is to support what you're doing and able, you know, to do those existing programs and to grow that program. Great, and it really serves people in our community that might not feel belong.
I'll just add to that. I think that's what we are currently doing, but it's kind of happening organically. Marcy and I have met with multiple different cultural groups to kind of help us and guide us through those processes. And we've heard the same sentiment of, you know, like Indigenous people saying, it's really, we're trying to find those connections and build those networks of Indigenous people to, we have the space of, you know, we have the building for those people to come in different types of groups and put on these events basically. And we're the support. We're actually supporting them. And so we've been, that has been our goal, and we have been working towards that. And it really is what you say, it's kind of happening organically with our networking and people coming together. And I just think every year it's kind of taking off a little bit more. Yeah.
So I'm looking at this existing goal, expand programs and services at community center. This is a condensed version, but it reads like this: provide expanded multi-generational services, programs, and activities at the senior center. What about refining that to include
something around like multicultural services or to promote belonging or maybe include events. And so you could maybe refine that so it has the multi-generational for all ages, but then something multicultural too. So it enhances that. It kind of captures the work that you're already doing. So that's one option. And then another option, and you could do both of them, is you could still consider creating a subcommittee to provide additional input if you wanted to formalize that process, or as Michelle's saying, it's kind of happening organically. So that's a council decision on how you want to proceed there.
Maybe if we're consistent with how it is that staff determines how, the how of things, then the goal of the multicultural programs or programs that celebrate cultures, if we put it under community center, then it's up to community center staff to figure out how to get volunteers if needed to do that, how to engage with the community to make sure that the programs are of the quality that the community values as well. And then it becomes up to them. If it means recruiting a subcommittee, that's something that they could do. But I think Chad turned it around a little bit better for me to understand. Because I think you're affirming the value of the programs that you've witnessed so far, Councilor Blau. And you're saying you have a method so far that's been working, but you see, organically means you see it growing, you see it developing, you see it improving.
Yeah, I mean, there's always room for growth, right? We're just doing what we can right now.
Yeah.
Like as we go along with it, building our network, building our connections, trying to implement more things throughout the year. So that's kind of where we're at with it, please.
All right, well, I want to make sure, let's see if we can hear from everyone. Councilor Roberts, you want to weigh in on your opinion on how, what's been shared, what you would see as something to move forward with?
Yeah, I liked your idea of amending, kind of expand programs at the community center. We just kind of amend what we're looking for there so that we encompass this. That's on track.
And would that work?
Yeah. I think it's the and, not instead.
Yeah, multi-generational and multicultural. And there's no language in there that says events. It just says programs, services, programs, and activities. So you could add events.
I think it's included, and obviously that's what Michelle is going on right now.
Yeah,
Her report
that's true.
is encouraging.
And it's very clear from the monthly reports that the community center is the most volunteer-driven program in this entire city. So there are hundreds of volunteers who work behind the scenes to make all the things, whether it's the food distribution or other programs or events. Other than maybe, Friends of Gladstone Nature Park, we don't have a lot of volunteers associated with particular parts of city programming. So I think this is a strength we want to build on, an asset that we want to really put to its maximum use. And it's easier to ask for, additional volunteer responsibility at an organization that is already using volunteers to a great capacity. We made, have we had someone designated as the volunteer coordinator at the community center staff? Yeah, that's been you, okay. So, looking ahead, sometimes organizations that rely on volunteers to that extent have a separate staff for volunteer organization that's separate from the overall administration. That may be a direction we're moving in. But I fully respect the suggestion that the volunteers who work on multicultural events need to have a connection to that culture, and the volunteers who work on intergenerational events between students in a school and seniors at a community center might need to have an educational background, and I think that's happening. So I think this affirms the great work that we're doing.
And maybe an emphasis on alternative modes of recruitment for volunteers, so that we might get some more multicultural background volunteers at the community center that could help.
Yeah, that targeted term that Ashley used.
Targeted.
Yeah.
Oh, targeted outreach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does targeted outreach look like?
perhaps there's, there's people who have connections, networks around and the rest of the town that can start to be, hey, it'd be really great if you volunteered at the community center for helping get organizations involved in putting on this community center activity.
It was like this. So there's a lot of community-based organizations with our account. Right. And some of those could be serving just BIPOC people, right? So that recruitment would need to go to them because they are doing BIPOC population, right? So we're not just putting it out in a newsletter for the majority of Gladstone who are not BIPOC. We're going to target that community. Same with LGBTQ. We would go to those organizations and say, hey, this is what we're looking for. Does anybody want to volunteer? So
But they also have to live in Gladstone.
Right, absolutely. We have those here.
Yeah, no, I know. I hear what you're saying.
We have those here. But then we're targeting what they're already part of and bringing them into the community center of the city as well. And it's a safe place where they are being recruited from.
Well, I guess my question is that a council goal or should that be a personal goal for each of us to or a council goal to kind of like the DEI training where we got, where do we go to get that as individuals and working on it personally? I kind of see that board recruitment as maybe having really good conversations within our council on how we personally promote, because I believe that sometimes knocking on somebody's door or making that phone call to that one person that I think would be a great addition to a board based on where they are sometimes in their professional life. We've got some fabulous people on our boards that have ties to where they're at. But is that an overall city goal, or as a council, should we be working on how do we do that? How do we knock on somebody's door or bring them on the phone or send them a personal email or a personal piece of mail that says, I think you would be a really great addition to this particular board. So I hear what you're saying.
You're reaching out to one person. This one person who might be good for this. If we're going to that community-based organization that serves, our Black Indigenous people, we have a whole organization we just reached out to versus one single person.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And again, and we can't deny the most of our boards, committees are white people. They are.
Yes.
I mean, we can't negate that fact, right?
Right.
So normally, white people just know white people, right? They don't have the arms and the extensions to work these community organizations.
Yeah, I'm interested in what community organizations. I mean, the demographics are demographics of Gladstone, right? We're very familiar with those numbers. And obviously, I think most of the agree that we want inclusivity, we want people to feel comfortable. I think, I hope are kind of our baseline. It's really like how to get to, kind of the size of those communities. Like, this is a white group of people here, and our boards are also, but demographically, that isn't so far off from what our city is. So it's, how do we strike that balance, and how do we get folks in?
There's like a huge whole history lesson as to why our committees or probably our councils are probably white. This whole huge thing. But we're both part of LEDIC, right? We have 3 people on LEDIC from Gladstone. No other city has that. 2 of them are from underserved populations, right? I know several people who run different organizations, right? And we can reach out, okay, when you post this here, we have Gladstone residents, even if they're back in this county programs, that's Gladstone.
So that's not happening now?
No, and there's one thing to reach out and involve that. It's another thing to have a space in which they would feel comfortable and could commit to doing good work. Like, just volunteer at our community center isn't the same thing as
volunteer at our community center to put on, you know, specific cultural events that you were a part of.
So, okay, so I see Counselor Roberts has his hand up and then Chad also has his hand up. And then but before I pass over to you, I just want to make a comment. It's an important conversation. I don't know if you guys are feeling like we're kind of getting a little bit into the weeds in terms of implementation on what that would look like and thinking about the purpose of a goal is like setting the direction for the city and then staff can implement it. So is the goal creating, like back to what you kind of were originally saying, Councilor Huckabee, is like, do we want council to decide to create a DEI subcommittee to inform the development of programs, services, activities at the community center? Is it that, or is there a different goal or outcome that you're trying to achieve? So thinking about those things, I don't know if you still want to weigh in.
Yeah, I mean, I would, but.
We're talking about volunteer recruitment right now, and forgive me, but one, we don't really recruit for volunteers.
Not anymore, got the answer that I can.
Yeah, and we don't have a shortage of volunteers
No.
either. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because.
Do we have a shortage of multicultural, multi-ethnic? We have those. That's the component we're missing.
I'm just verifying first that we're not lacking volunteers and that we don't otherwise recruit for them. I wanted those clarifications myself, especially the recruitment.
No.
I didn't think we did that, but I wanted to be sure.
Not
And
at
then
this
something
time
needed to
because
change.
we have, the community center has, more than enough to reach out to do different projects and so, no.
Okay. That was my primary point.
Chad, and then I know
was
we're
gonna try to
also,
drive us
yeah.
back to sort of what you're saying.
Yeah, and maybe
see if
like we'll
there's
spend a
a-
couple more minutes, then I know we're
Yeah,
after
if there's a
late for
goal
lunch,
that
so.
the council can agree on that staff could implement. And
Mhm.
so just in other jurisdictions, I know what the council goal is to have our volunteer base be as representative of the community as possible. And so that could be a process where staff is talking about just in general, here's a process that we can use to do outreach to sort of some of these organizations, do other sorts of communications, whether it's like translating some of our things, to make sure that people sort of feel welcomed to want to volunteer. And it's not just a single outreach, but it's coming from this idea that it's not just one person, but the city as a whole is demonstrating that they want people from my community to come in and volunteer. And so the goal for the council could be, staff to explore sort of what these other cities are doing, and come up with a plan to say, how can we recruit from a broader, diverse group of individuals to be volunteers, whether it's community center volunteers, whether it's serving on boards and commissions, whatever it is, to be able to say, okay, now we're getting input from these other communities who have historically been silent within Gladstone. And then that's a process that staff could actually go implement. And I think you could achieve some of these same results that you're trying to get at on a broader basis.
Thoughts on that proposal?
Yes.
So that is really, so that's like really similar to the intent behind this one around alternative pathways and specific, it's targeted outreach for youth engagement. So you could create two goals. You could have one that's like, we really want to prioritize youth engagement, and then a similar goal, but for like multicultural or underrepresented members of the community. You could have two, or you could merge the two together in one. It's a little bit trickier for staff in terms of reporting and implementing on it.
And then I see the third goal as being what we talked about already, having the community center have more programs that are multi-generational, multicultural, promoting the norm.
I think we addressed that part.
Yeah, I think we've got that one there, so that's good. We
Not
don't
to
lose
dismiss
it.
it.
Yeah, no, I just,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's good to just make sure that, because we've had a significant conversation on
Yeah.
everything. So just to recap, so we'll make sure that that's captured there. And then I think the point in question is, do we add a new goal that's like this, but it's for like multicultural and it's a separate goal, or do we add multicultural to this existing one? Yes.
I just wanted to say that we are keeping the participation in the Clackamas County Research Justice Study, their calls to action for our last goal was peer-to-peer support system, student-driven change, community events and resource sharing, institutional DEI compliance. And I'm not gonna finish reading these, but what I wanted to add to that is that I believe that Mayor Milch had said that your group would be coming back to us with their current recommendations. So I just want to share that those are going to be there and we're going to add those because that's already a goal. And part of what we're talking about is exactly what this says.
Not sure that we have total clarity or consensus on how to move forward, and I'm trying to decide if we want to try to get that before lunch or if we want to just take a break and everyone can think about it and revisit it.
The latter.
We should go to lunch.
Yeah, I think let's take a break and just kind of continue to be thinking about what that action-oriented item might be, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up the communications and engagement, and we'll do parks and we'll grab anything else. Just a quick, I just want to take a kind of a quick pulse on how many new proposals for new items are kind of out there in the ether that we haven't really captured. Councilor Roberts, are there others in addition to this one that Councilor Huckabee brought up? All right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, just thinking about planning at the time. All right, so, all right, good. All right, so it's 10 after 12, so we'll take lunch and let's come back at 12:40. Okay. Well, I feel since all of the council members are here, I feel comfortable starting the committee to join us. But basically where we left off, we need to come to some sort of consensus or definition or clarity on what that additional item is going to look like. So we'll do that. And we're just moving into our agenda. This is just, we've reserved additional time to have full review discussion. So it's a continuation of the refinement process. And so just to orient you to our agenda, that's what we'll be doing. And then after everything's up on the board, we'll have a chance to like look at it and weigh in and see if there's any other additional areas that staff feels like they need clarification on, to get like, again, that nuance or clear direction in terms of building out the implementation or your work plans to carry out forward the work. So we'll do that. And then we'll move into our team agreement discussion. So I think where we landed with the proposal that Councilor Huckabee brought up is that we had two options were out on the table. So one was doing youth advisory council. This how we did the refinements here, where we changed it to explore alternate pathways for youth involvement in city government, and then keeping it broad. So the idea here is that a lot of research could be done in terms of like how are different ways that we can engage with youth in our community and bring them into different boards and commissions or other ways of project-based engagement. And so we could add to this item like multicultural or something around capturing all the diverse cultural groups that are in Gladstone and make sure if there are any underrepresented groups in Gladstone. So we could refine the language to include that here, or we could have a similar goal here, but that's specifically for underrepresented groups. So those are two options that we talked about. Yes.
I prefer the second option. Mm-hmm. Kind of similar language, but not grouping them into one.
I agree. Councilor Conklin agrees. What about Councilor Mitchell? I agree with the second.
I don't. So.
What about Councilor Lubaki? Councilor Plow, okay. Okay. So since I don't have a ton of space, I'm thinking what I'm going to do is grab my. Let's see. Where did I put? Thank you. Thank you. All right. So do we want to create the language to be like pretty much similar to that, or does anyone want to? The council want to propose language that I can capture? Capture that.
I think it could be simply cultural engagement and then add things. Okay, maybe I said that first word wrong, but if somebody else wants to chime in on a word, that's totally acceptable. And then just defining under that what types of areas that people feel would best serve our community.
Other proposals for what that might look like?
Engage, more intentional with our engagement to those communities. Gross.
What was the second one? I'm sorry. Did you say about routes?
We need to engage, like, get that volunteer.
So I have something along the lines of, and we can finesse this too later on, but explore opportunities to intentionally engage with diverse cultural, to engage with diverse cultures in Gladstone. That seek representation. And seek representation. Okay. Okay, and then we can draw on some of the language too from that youth engagement one. I'm going to put this right here, so it's like close by. And just something to think about before we move on to the other sections, you know, looking at the goal, high level goal areas. Initially, this goal area was communications and engagement, but a lot of the work that's been completed was around the communications and engagement, and the things that are remaining do carry through like DEI or a sense of belonging. So like seeing that coming up in this like multicultural like programming here, with the like youth council one and this multicultural representation and the DEI training. And so there was a proposal to add or maybe adjust the goal area to include the word belonging. How does everyone feel about making that adjustment to the goal? So maybe it's like engagement and belonging, or communications, engagement and belonging. No, anybody opposed to making that change?
I was thinking in a slightly different direction. Your proposal may have things fit better than what I was thinking. My thought was that rather than have one whole goal for parks, that we change the infrastructure to physical infrastructure, meaning water, sewer, streets, that kind of thing, and change parks to a category of social infrastructure, of which parks, the library, programs at the community center, all kind of are a part of. So it's just, you know, an alternative way of kind of grouping things into similar categories.
Yeah, or maybe like there's continued community engagement, and then anything that belongs to belonging could move into this new.
I was looking for a place for that.
I would rather add one than take away the heading of parks. And I think the reason for that is that while we're trying to get an additional full-time person in on the parks in their group, I don't want to diminish the fact that our parks are one of the most important things that we have going in our city next to our schools.
Yeah, because it's a good point. Your council goals are a really important communication tool. So maybe you don't want to lose that by renaming it. So maybe the mayor's point, see, you already have like 4 items that would go under parks, these that are specific. So perhaps since communications and engagement is fairly lengthy, you could also create like another goal area. So instead of having so many like actions in one goal area, you could create something around like belonging, or keeping it here. So okay, so I feel like maybe let's see what comes out of the additional proposals for like new ideas, and then we can come back to figuring out exactly how those might shake out. But
I put the belonging down because I wanted to capture it, so that's why I brought it up, because I don't want people to be like, oh, where did that come from? So let's start some food for thought on that. All right, Counselor Roberts, you said you had some proposals to share. Where do we want to start?
I think you understand it better. I threw stuff out, but you talk about it much better. More knowledgeable.
When both counselors brought up the importance of both Counselor Lowe and Counselor Robert, brought up they would really appreciate staff continuing on with adding more wayfinding to our downtown areas. People know where it is. They'd like to see more from the 99 area, from the highway, and we were talking about opportunities for those wayfinding, which is already on our tourism guide, our strategy. So that's already
In
there.
here is already in like in this one
Yes,
right here. Okay.
absolutely, yeah. And specifically, they were talking about highway or not highway. I-205. There we go.
Oh, specifically
I-205.
signage on
Yes,
205.
yes,
Okay.
right before the exit, and there's an opportunity for ODOT to have the blue tourism signs. And they're about a 2-year wait out before they start putting in new wayfinding signs there. So we need to get our application in pretty soon. Should you decide that is one of the signs you want specifically. So I don't necessarily think it's its own goal, but it does. It's more of a specific thing to explore under the brand of tourism.
Okay.
Generally, Gabby and I both just had greater input on the brand and tourism strategy of things we'd like to see physically implemented, but it just meant to see more Gladstone and then ultimately attract other people to the city through some of those ideas. So we kind of discussed more of a plan being put together of what we could see implemented over the next couple of years.
Yeah, so you're just elevating it. So it's already existing in the brand and the tourism work, but the council goals are an opportunity to say this is really important to us, and this is what we'd like to see.
Reaffirming the level of priority.
What about how does other members of council feel about making this its own goal, or should it live in the notes in the to provide context for the brand and tourism ongoing work, or do you feel like it rises to the?
I'd be interested in Marcy's perspective on that, as far as your list of priorities, if you will.
Absolutely. My priorities are your priorities, and or your priorities are my priorities. And just kind of around. I believe that lives. My opinion would be it lives under brand and tourism because wayfinding signs are already in our plan. There's just a strategic way we have to put them in, and it also requires working with Public Works and discussing where and when it makes sense to put certain signs up. For instance, the gateway sign to downtown Gladstone was brought up in our group, and it would be a little premature to add that. Arlington and Portland Avenue before we do the streetscape because we're going to have to be those sorts of sidewalks making improvements. So while those are all on our list already, there's just a order of operations we have to rely on Public Works and other projects.
So in your view, this would be kind of a top.
It goes under the wayfinding and branding and tourism. It's just one of those things like, if that's what you wanted to focus on, that would be a specific item that we could, kind of a low hanging fruit that we could.
Those that we discussed.
What about other input from Councilor Hutsey or Councilor Lowe on opinions on whether or not, to create a new council goal specifically for this, or can it live in the context of the current brand?
We didn't envision.
Oh, you didn't envision a new goal.
No,
Okay.
just prioritizing that within our strategy and kind of expanding on what we were looking for, typically from the existing goal.
Okay, perfect. All right. Anybody have a problem with prioritizing this putting it under the notes for the existing brand and tourism? Everyone feel good about that? Okay. Kelsey, you'll capture that for the context for that one? Okay. All right, because I'll put it down here, but what I'll do is I'll just make a connection point here. Just for the notes. All right, thank you. All right, what else do we have?
together we came up with emergency preparedness and climate resiliency. The emergency preparedness I can speak to a little more, just creating a greater level of education amongst the residents of Gladstone, kind of what to do in public safety crises, how to respond, what the city will do, what everyone's responsibilities are. Just part of that bigger conversation.
So it's more focused on like community awareness and education?
That was my angle.
Okay. Does the
At least
city?
with the first part, I can't speak as much.
I think it's the same for the second part.
Okay.
You know, if there are programs going on through the fire department as far as like what types of vegetation are growing in your buildings and things like that, just being aware of those things for perhaps promoting them for climate resiliency.
So, okay, so it wasn't like an emergency preparedness plan for the city?
Well,
That-
we have.
that exists
It might
already.
already have one.
Yeah.
We have an excellent plan.
All right, so this is more just like around.
Yeah, so we already promote. And again, then it's getting the information out to all the residents, right? Because we have events going on at the community center for preparedness. Social media, we push out the newsletters, some at times newsletter information. But it's a matter of what people, and this is what we haven't figured out, is how do we reach everybody? And there are those that aren't interested until the time comes. And then it's too late. So from my perspective, from a government, that I can push things out through the news media, I can push things out through social media, I can push things out through the newsletter. And if it doesn't get to somebody after all that, I don't know what else I can do.
Yeah. Do you feel like goal like this, like would that bring enough clarity to, because it sounds like it's work that's already being done.
Already been done. It's being
Yeah.
done. It's how do we get more people, even at our community festival, we have preparedness information out there. So it's ongoing. It's already doing it. It's just not everybody's interested in it for whatever reason.
So maybe the goal is like a continue to increase community awareness and education, just so it stays on the radar as like it's a priority for council. How does
The chief think that he thinks that's fair?
I think that's fair. And if there's anybody has any other ideas, I'm happy to.
Maybe
that
that starts.
information that way too.
I feel like the program's there, but it falls underneath our new marketing outreach, how we're
Yeah.
gonna address it that way, John.
And that could be, I mean, I could just be a bunch of old school knowledge and not reaching out to the right people.
Most of the residents in Gladstone, we did survey, they want that paper newsletter. And it is trying to just find the different ways and strategies, you know, we'll look to the other jurisdictions to determine that. But I think that emergency prep work that we've already done, it's just fitting it into the marketing strategy.
And there's where I would encourage those that know other groups and stuff that are Gladstone, push it out. We're pushing the same thing out Bucks County is, we're pushing the same thing out Milwaukee is, OC. It's all the same information, flat fire. It's just coming from our group to them, and a lot of it just, nobody's reinventing the wheel.
Well, it's something that sort of washes over people. It doesn't seem relevant to them in the moment, but as soon as you have wildfires in California that make the national news, all of a sudden it's much more relevant. And fortunately, these articles that we have, the information doesn't change that much. You can put that article back out there and you're ready to impress upon people when they're ready to receive the information, which about fires is right now, or ice storms could be coming out next month.
And we started pushing those out, we recycle.
The newsletter deadline makes it a little harder to get it out as timely, but social media and other outlets, it is possible. So I think you have a good system and a good core of information that can be disseminated very quickly.
It's all there. I think just prioritizing
it,
making it available.
So where do we think it would live? Because it looks like we're building out this new goal area around public safety. So it could live there or it could live in communications and engagement. But I feel like the outcome is like safe community.
I agree.
Yeah. Does everyone feel good about that? Did not feel good about it? Want to make sure we've got good consensus. Okay.
you have one more? Was that all?
I kind of, it's not completely a goal, it's something I wanted to talk about, we wrote it down. Having meals before city council meetings.
Having what? I'm sorry.
Meals.
Oh, sorry.
So perhaps
I
it's
didn't
more
hear
of
you.
just a city council discussion, but I thought this was a forum. I was speaking recently with he serves on a couple committees that work around him. Someone who was recently kind of talking to me about how there's a lot of value in breaking bread before discussing things that we won't necessarily agree on. I think as a council, typically we get along pretty well, but there have been things that have been contentious and there will be more. So if we just have that opportunity to humanize people on the other side of the same conversation, we have to come to a consensus. We either agree or we don't agree, but a final decision is to be made. So if we can have a conversation about it beforehand and be better prepared to approach that conversation, I think the outcome will be better.
Does that bump into like quorum or public?
I know, I was looking at Jackie and Chad, like, talk to us about public meeting law.
It's a total budgetary item for me. If we're gonna now have meals before council meetings, that's all I'm thinking. We would notice the meeting appropriately if you're gonna eat before the meeting. That's not an issue, so it just needs to be budgeted for if that's something the council wants to do. And then staff time making that happen.
And then some cities, they just call them work sessions and they sort of just go over the agenda and, you know, have like preliminary conversations while they're eating. And so that's how you can do it. If you open the public come in and watch you eat while you do that. So that's always a consideration, and it's got to be on Zoom and everything these days as well. But there's a way to do it if you want.
So I was like, everybody would have the time for the professional lunch schedules and whatnot. Our council meeting starts at 6:30.
You have work, when you do have a work session, is it 5:30? You have a work session before every?
We don't right now in February, but typically we do. So it's a council call. We'll make whatever work that the majority of the council wants to.
Would you like to have more discussion? And then we can go through and maybe hear from everybody on your thoughts. Also have you shared a little bit just in terms of the little concern around time.
It doesn't usually affect me at all. I'm just thinking about my fellow counselors.
I'm one of the people I think I'll be affected by it.
Yeah, you would
most,
be.
but
And
to me, it's
Councilor
not make it
Norman
happen, so,
coming from Beaverton, isn't it?
yeah.
Oh, do you work in Beaverton?
I do.
Okay.
All the way in the Washington Square area.
Oh, yeah.
So I get to drive 217 to 205 or I-5 to 205. So if there's traffic, I hit.
But Mike, I appreciate your idea and having us spend more time socially in a way beneficial to kind of talk about these things. Might there be another type of venue where perhaps if the meal isn't going to work out for both, and it'll be incredibly tricky for me to get here, you might have a couple counselors that can't make it, and then there might be a sense of not being in the fray, if you will. I love that idea. I just wonder if there's another way that perhaps we can accomplish that without necessarily being on council meeting nights.
I don't have alternatives to doing anything. No, I'm open to anything, and that's why I just want to throw it out as a conversation. Like I said, it's not even a goal necessarily, just something I thought we could benefit.
Maybe if we did it on, we're already meeting early, but, you know, pick up food and see what we should discuss. I don't know if that.
So just ask city staff to open the room up at 5 o'clock. So if you brought in your dinner, you could grab it and be down here, and everybody's on their own for whatever they're doing.
Yeah, or just, you know, have food at our work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know, so we're already, you know, gonna be here at 5:30. I think that might be weird for, you know, people who are public, but work sessions are on our agenda in February also.
We may be talking about work sessions at the next meeting, maybe we fold this into that. Do that.
Give people a chance to think about it. There's just some considerations that come up. So it's kind of like if there is food, is our counselors providing it for themselves, or is it the city provided? And then there's optics or the community perception of, where tax dollars are going. So just kind of thinking about all of the different pieces of that puzzle, because there's a lot of benefits to it, but then it could be questions that we brought up, or, people's time commitment, or if it's happening at an existing council work session. So it's not adding additional time to anyone's, commitment. So I could capture it at the future work session discussion. Is there any other proposals that we may have missed?
I really hope it doesn't look controversial because our council voted on us to discuss this at goal setting, is proclamations.
Oh,
Creating
proclamations.
a process for proclamations.
Okay, and at a previous meeting, it came up, and then we talked about having a conversation at goal setting. Okay, what's the current process for proclamations?
We don't do that.
And so the decision was like, let's decide at the council retreat if we want to do that or not. Do we need any discussion about what that would look like? Or we already had a chance to have that discussion previously in other meetings.
We did have a work session where we discussed it, and there was not a strong consensus either way. So, and we knew there would be changes on the council at that time. So we thought it was best left to the new council to rediscuss it and see if there if there was a consensus or a difference of view.
So quick question for clarification. If there was if we do have to make time in our agenda today, because again, this is your agenda and we can make adjustments to the plan if that's, the will of the group. Do you think that it would impact, would there be a council goal around proclamations, or is it more just kind of like a topic for discussion of council business that we need to do? Because if it's the latter, we can kind of finish up these goals and then have that discussion. But if we think that it's going to result in creating of a goal or an action, then we can have it. I'm just thinking about in terms of processing. Let's say
It seems like it would fit in to that general goal of communications, engagement, belonging, because a lot of the proclamations that citizens or groups come to us asking about would be ones that help to recognize and affirm the existence of groups or issues that are important to citizens. And so if it helps a group feel a sense of belonging, that's the category where it belongs. What we just couldn't really agree on is, whether there need to be limitations on it so that it doesn't get out of hand. We don't want to do 4 or 5 a month. Whether there's a renewal process so we can confirm a similar event year after year without having to go through a detailed process. So to my mind, a goal might be to, develop a way to have proclamations. Do we want to limit a category? Affirming community interests, involvement. I don't know.
You could leave it broad. So
Yeah, I think
leave it broad. You could just
I don't want to get to the weeds of this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You
I
could
don't want to do that today either.
Yeah, you could develop a policy of saying, develop a goal to say develop policy for council proclamation process.
That's fine. That's good enough.
All right, and then you can have either future council meeting or work session to discuss what that would look like, or you could direct staff to develop some, you could have just preliminary discussions about different options, and then give staff direction on how they'd like to move forward and draft up the policy.
No, I'm not pursuing proclamations.
All right, so it sounds like maybe we don't have consensus, so maybe I can go through. Do we need to have discussion around this, or should I just kind of go through it and have a show of hands for who wants to have this as a goal item, who doesn't?
Just do hands.
Okay. All right. So yes for, okay, so that's 1, 2.
I'd love to have a larger conversation about it, but as of now, no.
No, okay. So that's 1, 2, 3.
And my vote would be, the policy might be that we don't have. That may be where we come, but I think we owe it to the new counselor to have the opportunity to weigh in. I would say go ahead and have a discussion, but my sense is now the discussion may result in the decision that it would be very rare and limited.
So maybe instead of develop policy, which is saying we will do this, maybe it's explore options for.
Effectively, Mayor, they did just weigh in, so
well,
it's your stance.
Yeah.
You decide that if we pursue this as a conversation or we don't pursue this, you get to decide.
Well, I thought the conversation would be helpful, but the result of the conversation might be a no, an informed decision to say no.
Yeah, well, and
Or
Councilor
to say
Labonte said
yes.
he'd be interested in having more conversation. So maybe again, like it's not the way that I proposed it versus too formal or committed, like it's committing too much, but so you can instead back off of that language and have just explore policy options or council proclamations.
I'm fine with it.
I don't think everyone was fine with it though.
I know, you looked at me, so I'm giving you
Yeah.
feedback.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. How do we feel about that? And then it doesn't have to be a goal. It could be a work session topic. There's different options of how you want to go about it. I'm not getting a clear sense that it's a priority of council to discuss it. It seems you guys seem pretty split on it. And so I'm hesitant to put something up there that says we're going to do this. We're going to have to develop a policy for council proclamations. And it also, it's a little fuzzy in terms of providing clarity to staff. It's like, we're hesitant to create a goal that's like, we're going to explore options. I mean, we can do that, but you could also just give Jackie direction of like, we'd like to have more discussion about that. I'm looking at time. It's like 1:15. So we're doing okay on time, but we could have that discussion now, but I also don't know if staff is prepared to share what those potential options might look like or best practices, what other cities are doing. I don't know if it would necessarily be the best opportunity since not everyone's prepared for that conversation.
The majority vote we had. Even if we, if the council is split, I don't know if this is the spot for everybody. Yeah. That might not be as involved in this as our council is. So I would focus for council meeting. Could have a discussion.
It's going on an agenda.
All right, so we're not going to put it on the goals right now. It's more of like parking lot. It's going to go on an future agenda to discuss. Does everyone feel comfortable with that? Doesn't mean that it's discussion of that something's going to happen. It's just like, let's just talk about what that would look like. And to the mayor's point, the decision at that end of that meeting would then be like, maybe the discussions or the decisions that we don't move forward with developing anything.
I'm the one who gets many of the requests to do proclamations. And if I say, I want to be able to tell someone who asks, yes, but this is the procedure we follow. You're too late to get it on this next meeting if we have deadlines. Or I want to be able to say, no, we've decided we don't do proclamations as a city because of these reasons. More than just a majority of the council at a retreat said they didn't want to do them, but to say we have these carefully thought out reasons for not doing them, if that were the result. So I'd like to be able to respond to people with that it's a policy of the council, not an individual decision by the mayor as to whether I respond to a citizen who asks me to raise a certain flag or celebrate a certain event or whatever.
Okay. All right. You feel like good to
we've got good direction and we're okay to move on.
I had a question. So what would a continued discussion look like? I don't know the steps council took in the past because obviously have we talked to other cities that have proclamations and heard what the pros of adding this or?
Yes, but we also have three new counselors, so this would be your guys' chance to weigh in because the previous council did not come to it.
Okay.
And we did look at other cities, and we saw, it was raised because people saw the value of it among cities that did it. And it was a contentious issue because people heard from cities where it was a problem. So that's why it was a hard decision to reach.
All right,
But
so
you can look back, and I think there's probably, I can't remember which meeting it was, but you'll find a conversation somewhere in the record.
there could be some resources or links to previous meetings that new council members could read to get up to speed on the conversation, and everyone can have that, be ready to discuss at a future meeting. All right, so in terms of the goals and how the areas are shaping up, I think it's pretty clear that we need to create a new section for public safety. So, because those ones fit there. And then we had a little bit of conversation around, maybe some renaming of the goals. So let's just do that now.
May I just, I'm not sure if we are done with the setting, like proposing new goals or things like that, but I just, one thing that came to mind, and I'm not exactly sure where it is now, but filling vacant council seats. It seems like there's going through that process. Frankly, it was horrible. As far as like the information that folks were given to what actually happened. I'm just wondering do we have a clear policy on the process for filling a vacant seat? And do we follow that, how it's, as somebody went through the process, that it wasn't made, two different things happened from what I was told was going to happen and perhaps in the same situation to what in fact actually happened. In some ways it was slightly, it was wildly discouraging in my experience of how it went down. So I'd like some clarity on that. To see what is the process, does it work, and do we follow that process?
Is it currently listed in council rules, the charter, or in the charter?
And the rules. Okay. I'm not sure, Andrew, if you're referring to specifically at a council meeting, whether they decide to appoint then or do interviews or.
Well, partly that, yeah, going into those, being in the mindset that, and on the understanding that one thing was going to happen, and then it seemed as if something was very, very different happened. What was
filling a vacancy is in the city charter,
yeah.
And it talks about in council rules. Staff follows that process. It's the purview of the council, a majority of them to appoint who they want for that position. And then depending on where that lands in the term, you either wait till the general election or have to have a special election.
I guess my question is on, regarding the interview, if in fact that is a thing that happens, or if it is just.
That's up to the council.
And I guess that is my point, is that it seems like every time it's a little different. It seems like it has been different every time I've witnessed that in my time. So I guess that's what I'm getting at is, sure, we have a policy, but if it, how that policy is,
Policy
utilized,
is
I guess.
the
What's that?
The policy is the majority.
Yeah, but I guess just the actual process for the individual that the individual's going through.
Well, as John was saying, the charter sets out a process for but it leaves it up to the council to sort of the logistics of how that's done.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things that we talked about is your council rule review. And if you all are fine with the council rules, sort of just putting on the consent agenda, one of the things that you could do is you could put something in your council rules to talk about those logistics and exactly what will be done. And that's certainly something that you could look at. Now, look, I feel like there might be something already in Gladstone, but maybe confusing that with another city.
Okay.
But that's an opportunity, I think, to have this discussion, if it's a discussion that the council as a body wants to have.
And when?
So.
Well, we're doing it February 11th. I'm putting the council rules on there, so especially bring it up at that meeting.
Thank you.
So I just want to weigh in. So I almost got the shirt this last week that said, what does your charter say? Check your charter. If you want to set rule on what I believe you're talking about, which was lengthening the application process at one meeting that happened. Instead of it saying, instead of our charter leaving that open, that would be a charter change that you would say that we must appoint from the pool within X amount of days. Again, that is a charter change because council rules are still at the discretion of the council. And I have followed council for many, many years and found that even the council does not follow its own rules. So there you go.
Well,
I would suggest not doing anything with the charter that requires a vote of the people, that we address it in the council rules. That's what the council wants to do.
and I would hope that, I think consistency there is good for the public and probably good for counselors to be able to rely on the same system.
Or like, I don't know if this is mentioned or not, but I second what Andrew says. I've been through that process several times myself. Sometimes there was an interview, sometimes I expected an interview and there wasn't an interview. So it makes it hard for the applicant to know how to prepare themselves. So I don't know if there's like consistency that can come up to like how we hear these applicants.
All right, well, it's good that to raise those concerns, this is the venue to do that. I feel like, and had a little bit of discussion, staff's put it on the radar for a February meeting, so I feel like we should be.
We're not appointing anybody else though for 4 years. Everybody.
You are, did you know that you are locked in?
Yeah.
You are not going
No one's
anywhere.
retiring either.
All right. All right, thank you. Anything else before we just kind of recap on the goal area, the broader goal areas? Okay, so I feel like this economic development that can stay as is. We've got infrastructure. We talked about potentially adding, refining this a little bit to add belonging, and then parks. I feel like there's just consensus to leave it at parks. And then we've got this public safety. Something that a question that I have for council is now that you have this public safety goal area, if the police department strategic plan with community input, if it makes more sense to be here or if it makes more sense to be in the public safety goal area.
We created the public safety goal, let's throw it over there.
Yeah, my thought is maybe previously it lived here because you probably didn't have enough, like there wasn't a public safety area, and then so it would have gone there had you had one previously.
Well, and because community input was a big part of it, so it, but I think public safety seems a better, more appropriate category.
Is everyone okay with moving it over there?
Yes.
John doesn't care where he goes.
We are okay.
So it's
Gonna answer to it anyhow, so.
Work's
Doesn't
gonna get
matter.
done. It's gonna get done. All right, other questions that I had. Let's see, do we wanna, is there consensus to add like belonging language here? I'm seeing head mats here. Anywhere else do we wanna add? Okay, we've got that. And then so we'll do economic development, infrastructure, maybe communication, engagement, belonging, parks, and public safety. Feel good about that? Discussion?
I only have one. So when we talk about, we're accepting board lists or, their goals for the next year. I'm kind of in our administrators part here where I like to check things off. So I think that we say, you know, we're gonna support the parks, or we're gonna support the traffic safety, or, you know, that it's important that we list out the things that we're supporting.
Oh,
on our
like
goal
for like
setting.
specific. Like,
Yeah, I think we should be specific. I like to check things off. Let's say.
Like
yes,
for the
we got this done.
implementing-
Yes, we got this done.
Planning commission work plan. You wanna like have them specifically listed out, or?
I do. I think it's important that, like, if somebody read over that list, they wouldn't realize that there was this smaller laundry, or another section of laundry list of things that are coming with that.
I think we can attach it as a document because we're gonna get a new council goals document.
Okay.
And I think all of the plans can be attached as an addendum.
Perfect.
Because basically what we're saying is we support planning commission, traffic safety, parks and rec, and community enterprise board work plans. That they'll be part of the package.
And some of their specific goals may be duplicates of things that we maybe worded in a slightly different way, but still there's a consistency to. So just depending on which group they originated and what the wording is going to be.
And so to that point, did we capture, like, do we have a similar goal then for each board and commission? So we've got the planning commission goal to implement that. And then there's also the support traffic safety advisory board work plan.
With that parks board work plan, parks board work plan. And I believe Michelle will need to add advisory group.
I feel like everything's up there.
Is it?
Expanding our programs, or continuing with them.
Master site plan.
The master site plan, and then I guess community events, expanding community events.
Parks board work plan. And then what, Michelle, you said that there, it's kind of already lives.
Expand
here?
program services, base centers, the only, I mean, if, unless that ties in with it, community events, we're expanding community events.
Here, I was, yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, and that's kind of, it's
Community center advisory board.
do you want to have a specific call out to the community center advisory board?
If, as long as events is up there, that covers what you guys have, or what we have covers everything that the advisory board wanted.
How do you feel in terms of consistency? Is that everybody comfortable with that?
I say we just add it so nobody feels left out.
Yeah. Right. Do we have consensus to just add that? Okay. I will,
Yeah.
let me grab that. Okay. I think that's a good idea. Otherwise, that way it's just really clear. Yeah.
All of yours.
I'm gonna just add it in right here. Can you remind me the type, what the name of it is?
Community center advisory board,
Okay, so
Gladstone.
is it, and maybe how do we want to word it? Do they have a master? There's a master plan, but their work plan- their work
Strategic
plan?
goals for 2025, 2026. Advisory board strategic goals.
Are we going to be support or support and implement? Or maybe?
Support and implement.
Yeah.
Implement 1-5.
So it's community center.
Advisory, community center advisory board, strategic goals.
We're following all the other work plans. Well, I guess parks is strategic. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, we can speak, and we'll, and Jackie and I can kind of make sure we get consistent language. I'm sorry, you said strategic plan?
Yeah.
Goals, okay.
However you guys want to
Semantics. Well, Jackie and I'll make sure it's all cleaned up and consistent, so everyone feels represented, heard, and included in an equal way. So, all right. So, looking at this, kind of like, let's step back. We looked at, that's kind of where we started. As we were looking down at it at a holistic view, and we got the updates for all of them. We've gone through the goal refinement, and so now I'm going to step out of the way, just looking at it for your 2025, 2027 goals. How is council feeling about it? How is staff feeling about it? Do you think there's areas that need clarification? Staff, do you need clarification in any of these? I feel like you guys had great partnership in developing the goals. So my sense is that there's clarity, but just wanted an opportunity to ask any additional questions.
had something, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask about this. I was thinking more like with the engagement section, like, I don't know how to go about this, but maybe doing more shout outs in our meetings or on social media to our volunteers that are on these committees and that they serve and they volunteer and they do this on their own time, and just acknowledging that more. I don't
Not in a proclamation.
no.
No, yeah, I get what you said.
It's possible that that could come up in your team agreement of how like you're going to communicate or the posture that you're going to take, or so.
Referencing more of our social media.
Or social media plan.
Recommending all of the volunteers that keep this study.
Is that, do you feel like you're already doing that, or like that you need specific direction? Or maybe it's just, a comment from this meeting that's like, yeah, okay, we can do more of that. Or did it rise to the level of like the council goal?
We haven't had, since Councilor Mitchell has been on the council, we haven't had a lot of opportunity to recognize groups who come before us. But we do make a point, I think, of expressing gratitude in meetings when people are present. And we do have an annual event where we recognize volunteers that includes advisory committee members and a whole slew of volunteers, as I said before, who work through the community center and their programs. But it's, you can't thank people enough. So I think those expressions are important. And individual councils have the opportunity to do that during meetings and at the end of meetings. And I hope that you will all take the advantage of that opportunity. And to thank staff as well.
It might be a great, recruiting tool as well. Like, we showed up to the parks, look at all these things they got done, and that's going to resonate with somebody. Go, wow, I could have been part of that.
Yep.
Could be.
Yep.
Great. You guys do you want to take a 5-minute break before we talk about team partnership, or do you feel like we're ready to?
I wanted to bring up one more thing. I was in a little group that maybe followed the rules a little differently, and we kind of stuck to the assignment that we had, and we didn't create too many new things.
That's because I was in that.
Yes, that's the rule follower. But I've mentioned a couple times recently, I guess my thought is the last couple of bienniums, we've had a lot of goals that had to do with projects that were like buildings and structures and things. And we finished the library, we finished the public works, we finished the new civic center. We've got all these places around the city that we've constructed and completed. And now I think the focus needs to be on the people that use those buildings and occupy them. And part of this is expression of gratitude and appreciation for the people that work out of them, because they have a significant role to play in the community. But the other thing is and I've referenced it a couple times recently, this whole atmosphere of people being isolated and favoring solitude and less interaction with other people. And I think people do that because they're trying to fill gaps in their lives. And they do it individually and at home, sort of a self-medication for an ailment that is there in our society right now. And if any community, I've said this, can help cure that, if the cure indeed is interaction with other people and connections with other people and conversations and third places where you can go outside the home environment or the work environment and connect with other people. It's a small city like Gladstone, especially a small city that's beginning to focus on its downtown area, which provides some of these settings and which has a new library, which could be another one of those kinds of settings. And parents picking up kids at school who, have these informal connections and conversations, which is another place where it happens. I don't know how you put a council goal of being a city that helps people connect with one another. But in some ways, it's harder to build that than it is to build a building. But that's part of what I'd like to see our city be. People make comparisons of Gladstone to Mayberry or Stars Hollow or some other kind of fictional small town that has certain qualities that people look for. And they comment, oh, I'd rather be here than in a big city somewhere, or out in the country where I'm so far removed from my neighbors that I don't see anybody else. So I think there's a quality to a small city that has to do with interpersonal relationships that somehow I think we ought to really double down on and make part of our work. Now, I don't want to make more work for staff. I don't have any specific strategies. I think Michelle, maybe among the staff, is the person who's already doing more of that work than anybody else, because it's more logically in the work of a community center than it is of a police chief or a public works director. But I don't know how to express a goal, and I wonder if I'm the only one who's thinking that way, or if anybody else thinks that. Mindy, what do you?
I just spent 12 weeks in a class about community and what are we doing as a community to bring people back out of their homes, the people that have not come back out of their homes. Interestingly enough, they talked about the epidemic of the cell phone, and I found it really interesting that senior citizens are sometimes among the worst, that they sit like this all day long, and this is their life. And how to bring people back out, having dinners to promote community, breaking bread together, having more small group meetings that give people a safe space in order to allow them to come into a bigger space and be a part of something bigger, but it's baby steps for some people. And I believe that having people isolated right now is an epidemic that we're not seeing because they're not present.
Yeah.
And we need to have them present. So I guess what I hear you saying is, does Gladstone want to be that grassroots award-winning community that brought their people out of their homes and back into their community?
So
that's the question.
Sometimes, when you have these discussions of something that's really important to council, but it's woven in to a lot of different facets of the city, or woven into a lot of the different goals. For example, belonging is going to come up, as the mayor mentioned, in your downtown revitalization, or with the community center, with the outreach and engagement that's going to happen with the police strategic plan, and with adding additional representation and alternate pathways for people to get involved. So when you have something along the lines of that, it's not so much a goal as it's just a value. So it's like a community value or a council value or a council principle. So it's and the way that we like to define values or principles, it's the lens through which you work. So it's as you're thinking about implementing these goals, you're keeping that idea of belonging in the back of your mind. And so I think previously in the summary report that we put together 2 years ago, there were some guiding principles or council principles or council values. So we could definitely add belonging. I believe there's one that just says, right now it currently says diversity, equity, and inclusion. So you could include belonging there. So in that way, it's not necessarily a goal, but it's almost higher than that, and it's woven into everything that you do by capturing it that way.
Well, I think your last phrase captured very well. The school board had a campaign to boost attendance, and they came up with a phrase, Gladstone shows up. And it reflected not only that, the parents and friends show up at events where Gladstone students are involved, but kids show up to school and attend regularly if they're well. And that was a good campaign, and it was effective because the community supported it. I think we need a similar kind of an approach to getting people to, Gladstone gets out, gets out of their cars, gets out of their garages, gets off their social media and connects with each other. And it's a slow process. It's a nationwide thing, probably a worldwide thing. It's not something unique to this community at all. But I will work on some language to kind of present it as a value. Do others agree that it's, do you see it? Do you sense it? You've mentioned, Andrew, about, and Councilor Cook too. This is the community you choose because you're looking for something a little different than a different kind of community. And is that one element of it? Do people want those connections, or do you want a place where you can drive your car in and go in the house and not see your neighbors? I don't know.
Both.
Both.
I want to be out there in public and completely hidden. So yeah, both, right? What? And two, I know that you know, we had the comprehensive plan, I think 76 or whatever year that was. I know a lot of the neighborhood that they kind of designated different neighborhood groups and these different in the geographic locations of the city. I'm not just saying this is my idea or anything that we necessarily should do, but it's something that happened when they were trying to get ideas for their comprehensive plan. It's my understanding that time period, they went to all the different neighborhoods and had this neighborhood was one particular group. I think there was 5 of them that they had in total. I don't know if that type of idea fits into what you're thinking.
That sounds more like a community engagement strategy. But I just, you know, what I want is for people to know, maybe when these new food carts open, maybe when you know, we have a new coffee shop downtown, we have an old coffee shop that's moved to a new location, it may be opening soon. Is there more of these third places where people can have these connections? Maybe we'll begin to see some of this happen. But I'm afraid that people have turned to too many alternatives to being in person with each other. You know, movie attendance is down, participation in community clubs is down. All those things have declined over the years. And it is almost like we're on permanent lockdown. That's the way one person used, you know, or the human doom spiral, I think is another term. But it's like we got in this habit during the pandemic of not connecting with people. And you know, you don't have to walk too far to meet other people. Now, maybe you don't like your neighbors and you don't want to connect with them, but it'd be nice to connect, to feel a little more like a village and to connect with people who you do have some things in common with and who you know, will enrich your life just for having that human connection. You know, Gladstone, we're lucky we have Glad as part of our name. You know, it ought to be a community that makes people happy. I'll think about some wording and we'll try to see what we can incorporate in there.
That sounds great.
On that point, and I'll be done because I upon reflection last night, I was thinking of this and then I wanted to bring it up at some point and I know that we have for the volunteers, you know, a get together. I was wondering what an event like this would look like with all the boards and kind of what would come out of something like that from the various boards and committees that we have as a way to help maybe guide city council too in the future. Just an idea throwing that out there, but I'd be I think we would be casting a larger net to catch more ideas.
When we structured this in the past, sometimes we've had a work session that included each board coming and presenting their goals in a session with the council president. Maybe not all at once. And then on a bigger scale in the past, some years we had community open house, town hall, something like that invited the entire community to be in a place and to do similar kinds of exercises where they're identified things. One year it was about bad neighbors. It was about neighbors whose boats in the driveway or trash or other things, you know, people felt like it was damaging their community. And those issues come up and then the council said, okay, it'll be our goal to deal with that. So we've taken different approaches over I say we, I wasn't always part of the council when they did. The city has taken different approaches over the years of involving its volunteers and its residents in the input that leads to this. Our pattern here has been to start with what we did 2 years ago and build on it and reflect on what have we done, where do we need to keep going. I think that provides a continuity of approach, but maybe the next time we do it, we'll want to involve other volunteers in a different way.
My thought process was to get those boards kind of in the same scope, is because we're all trying to pull the weight together and kind of get the boards to get able to have an idea. They have a chance to put their ideas out there, but just in this type of format, just be, you know, we're all kind of pulling.
Well, what we
get them on the same page.
I think what we insisted that they do is have those goals ready for us back in December, so that they could be part of the package again.
One option too to consider for the future, our team has worked with the city of Wilsonville. Like I think it was 2021, but we hosted like an all-day retreat for all of the boards and commissions to come.
And then members of council came too, and so it was a way to get to know each other, and they shared what their work plans were, and they could identify in small groups where areas of overlap could be and opportunities for collaboration. And that was a really neat event to be able to think about, okay, how do we like pull together and work together to see where the commonalities are and essentially do more with what we have. So that's another way to. All right, you guys want to talk about team agreement? All right, so thinking about these goals, also thinking about the existing team agreement, I'm just going to take the copy that's in front of Silas here. So the existing team agreement, so that's for council. And so it's basically saying, as a team to promote the successful implementation of these goals, like how are we going to agree to move forward? And so some of the things that were identified from the previous council in their retreat were these 4 things. So open communication, respect, being one team, and meeting civility. And so under open communications, it says we will be open and transparent within our communications and listen to understand diverse perspectives. Under respect, we will exercise respectful leadership and promote inclusion to make our community feel safe and respected. One team, we will act as one body and support one another for the success of the team in serving the Gladstone community. And then meeting civility. We will come prepared to our meetings. So reading all of your packets, all the materials that staff put together for you, ask your questions in advance. We'll stay focused on the issues and make decisions, ask questions, and be clear and fair. So that's your existing team agreement. So I just want to offer up an opportunity to have conversation, especially with new counselors in the room. If these 4 tenets of this team agreement feel relevant, if we need to make any adjustments, if we need to make any additions of things that we want to add, or do we feel like this still is really hitting the mark? So this is your commitment to each other and the staff to how to be successful and work together as a team. Councilor Roberts.
I say let's really reflect on it.
All right.
That's what I was saying. I think my hopes and probably a few others got excited there.
All right, that sounds good. All right, you guys want to come back at 5 till? Yeah. Okay, sounds good. It was like the easiest decision you guys made all day. Oh, I can get more there up on this.
You've written hundreds of words.
I
think that was supposed to be.
Yes, I was trying to make it. I was like listening at the same time.
Nobody saw it, don't worry.
It was short, man. I know. Yeah, be efficient, you guys.
Yeah, just write a line over the E, like it's hard, right?
I know. I think that's probably one of the more challenging things about listening.
Yeah, it's amazing. And drawing the circles with the lines while you're listening and giving a topic and doing the arrows. Wow, that's next level.
Well, thank you for they don't put spell check on these things.
Wow.
I have a 17-year-old. My husband is worse than I am, but he's always texting crazy things, and my husband will be like, "What does this mean? Can you tell me what this means?" Like I said, "Are you at school right now?" And he said, "Peep the AI tag, peep the air tag that's in the car." And my husband was just like, "Is this English?" He said, "I think he's saying, look at where the air tag shows the car is parked." He's not saying yes, but he's saying like, "You can see where I am. Why are you asking where I am?" Yeah.
Really, because if I just look it up and it's creepy, it feels less creepy if I ask you.
Yeah.
We really do. Is it Duolingo for that?
Yeah, they do a
My
lingo.
son.
Yeah.
You do Duolingo for slang?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, it would be nice.
It's more like, the Urban Dictionary or something at this point. Yeah, anything you ask him, it's Y-E, E, or nah. Like, it's a whole another level of.
I went to visit my nieces in California, and there was she was 8 at the time, and she's like, "Hey, how's it going? It's so good to see you." She goes, "Hey, bro."
Yeah.
I was like, "What?" I'm bro. Hey, bro.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
message.
Be on our Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Are you on the Wi-Fi?
Get
No,
on
you're
the
not.
chat.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I knew it was.
Oh, I think it's happened to all of us, Andrew. No worries.
I too have
All of
issues
us.
now. Okay. Yeah.
And nobody at home knows the password to your Wi-Fi.
I do. You wanna know what it is? Mom is the best.
There you go.
Can't forget that one.
So, well, Gladstone deck. That's all.
Always like.
You'll have to go to the same.
The password is something that do your chores.
Yeah, now it'll receive everything, you'll have a whole chores.
It's where I have the trouble every night.
Well, and I don't know,
Like to learn.
I don't know how you usually do email at home, but it is a system where you can create folders.
Okay.
And so if, for example, I keep a folder, Jackie does a weekly report each time. I have a folder called weekly reports, and if I ever want to find one, I can go there. And if you are, you know, serving on a committee or other things, there will be things, you know, fire and police, I have one for that. So I put all the mess, so if I want to find one again,
Let me know how you find one again.
Yes.
Because I
Well,
have
you
all
can also-
kinds of folders.
Oh, but you can go to the folder at the top, just put search, and if you put a word that relates to it, it'll show you all the messages that have that word in it. Yeah.
Because I one time got on my phone and I was trying to find something and somehow I turned off all the email that had already been looked at. So I couldn't find an old meeting. I had to call
Oh,
Haley.
so yeah, it changed the setting so that all was showing was unread.
Yeah, and I couldn't
And
figure
you
out how
have
to
to
get
change
back.
it back, yeah.
Okay, that was, I know that now.
I have my phone this is an original iPhone SE, so the screen, I can cover the screen with a credit card. That's how big it is. So,
Oh, wow.
you know, typing anything in, even
Yeah,
with my skinny little fingers, I still make tons of typo mistakes.
My husband, he has more friends that are still on their flip phones.
Oh.
And I just laugh because I say, well, how do you send stuff? Nope, don't send it, don't want it.
Yeah.
Okay.
To text, you have to touch the A, B, C tree, and to B, you have to push it twice to get to the B.
They just say, I don't
And then you go
text.
the E, F, G, and you got it once for the E, you know, it's.
They're all old school. Just call me. Just call me. You need something, just call me. Or they say, send it to Yvette, send it to Allison, you know.
Socializing isolation. You know, so few people have phone calls.
Almost forgot.
And
an
I think that contributes to isolation.
Oh, yeah.
It's just,
We still have a landline at our house.
Well, it's become a rule. Apparently you're not supposed to call somebody
No.
without warning them by text that you're going to call.
oh, yeah.
All right, so council, before we talk about team agreement,
Well, and
it's good.
and I appreciate it because I take care of my grandkids. Sometimes it isn't time. You know, so, sorry, I'm changing the diaper right now. Really can't.
you saw me knock on the table, right? I'm like, every time I do, I look at you and you're like
Yeah,
laughing
yeah.
at me. All right, so,
I could do it that way, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, let's put it back in there.
There you go.
Oh, now I gotta start over.
I'm good for some things.
Okay.
all right, so we had everyone's, counselors, I put some dot stickers in front of you. And so before we talk about team agreement, I want everyone we're gonna do a quick dot prioritization exercise of the actions and the goals. This is by no means like an official like voting or anything, but it's a helpful data point for staff to know like where council is thinking and where your priorities are in terms of what's on the board. And so you have 6 dots in terms of rules on how you can vote. You have 6 dots. You only have 6 dots, but you can use them any way you want. So you can put, if you have like one item up here that's like you're all in 100%, you can use all your 6 dots on one item. That's fine. And that just would show like this is my number one thing that I want to get done. But what I'd like you to do is just take an opportunity to put your dots on the items that are at the highest priority to you. And in terms of putting them somewhere there's good spacing on this board. But when you put them on, just try to put them like as close as you can to the actual like item. Any questions about That way, once the dots are actually on the board, we know which one they belong to.
No bribes management.
I'm sorry, and I missed the first part of that. Are we doing all the items up there or just the new items that were presented?
All of the items up here, yeah.
So even the ongoing ones?
Even the ongoing ones, yeah. Yeah, so just to mark your priorities.
We should have
And
moved
everybody's gonna
staff
watch us
out
do
of
this?
the office
We
before.
can believe if you would like.
Yeah, everyone, I think do a heads up 7-Up and then everyone can put their
I
heads
can work
down.
on the word.
Would you
Oh,
like?
I can
Yeah, let's go over here, management. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're all the same color. Sometimes we have
I
like
know, I was like,
different ones.
Now, the students kind of announced the parking lot was done.
Okay,
Yeah, you guys
something
have to go
on-
outside.
Okay.
We'll just do it. Yeah, for a walk.
That's a big task.
Oh,
All right.
I was
Okay,
right
just
there.
get your answer in the minutes.
It's a matter of risk.
How much money does it cost and how are we funding?
We're gonna take it very serious. I don't think
Right?
I have staff like
I
you.
always know that.
I was just joking, I think seriously, I was just joking.
I know.
I think you better stay here.
Okay, and let me know if you have any questions about where.
So you want them by individual, not just by like,
Yeah, not by the goal
Category?
area, but by the individual actions, yeah.
sorry.
Pardon.
It was really unnecessary.
Like the added trauma. Chad's like, I'm in, I'm here. I wanna see.
Did anybody remind me
In my
what
ear
I'm
over
watching
there.
wrestling?
Your sons are in wrestling?
Yeah.
Are they in a tournament today?
You remember what
Okay.
MP
Master plan.
Master
Oh,
plan,
okay,
okay,
yeah.
okay, so the Parks Master.
The
plan,
Parks
all-
Master Plan
everybody's
project,
in.
yes,
Okay.
yeah. So it's continuing to identify.
How are we
funding.
gonna beg for more grants that aren't there?
Yeah.
And probably even less now.
Or confirm whether or not we added to people's utility.
Right. Oh, you're making me cringe, but
All sorts of treasures and all sorts of.
Far
lovely
beyond
stuff.
me.
We have like an art park for my daughter.
where's the
Police
police
skipped a couple of years, like what
department
idea got a cart and we just like.
Is that part of the explore the
Color
youth
pencil
or?
and that stuff. I think it was.
Was that this one?
Stickers.
removed?
Foster creativity.
Yeah, yeah, like
Okay.
stickers, beads, with pipe cleaners.
The cadet program?
Yeah. Or was that just
Like, it's
part
like
of
my
the
grown-up
police
version of that?
department's yearly goal? Or no, because they don't really.
You
have
mentioned it when we were out there.
Okay.
3 and 1 on the day. Okay.
That's only okay.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
the one he lost
Yeah,
was, to one of his teammates.
Oh.
Yeah, so they always go back and forth, and
Yeah.
today I haven't watched the video.
Oh, sorry.
Got to escape 3 times, so you just end up losing off points, you get pinned or anything.
Oh, bummer.
It's still just like, yeah,
Yeah.
of all the, like, if you're gonna lose, you might as well lose to some other school, right?
Right.
Running
They'll-
down.
At the end of the day, they'll shake hands.
And they're good friends, so it's just funny to watch them, like, you know, they wrestle
I
against
did
each other
have
at
this
practice.
picture, Maria,
Yeah.
of you falling into the.
I know, I was so good
Like,
job.
That would be something I would do.
No, no, good job.
You've known me since I was little, so yeah.
And I really wanted to support that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, this one's. You put the facade.
And my wife had to actually work this morning as well, and so she's been texting me about that, she's gonna go down, he's in Wilsonville.
Yeah.
Are you almost done?
Oh, no bus ride?
Huh?
No bus ride.
Well, yeah, he has a bus ride, but like,
Oh, geez.
depends on how you. how many more
Police
miles
don't
you
really
go.
have a work
That's the
plan,
best
wasn't
part.
that in
At the end of
community
the.
engagement?
Well, they have their strategic plan.
Yeah.
That one here?
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah.
Right there, right there.
Yeah, the right there.
That moves over there.
Yeah, but we're just, yeah, we're gonna move that item under public.
So
under the
we're
public
already
safety.
gonna do
He was at the
the
bus this morning.
plans, we're already
Yeah.
doing the
He
plans, I
takes the
feel
bus.
like.
You're not getting home until like 8 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a whole big thing. It's like, I suppose, yeah.
So they're also 17, 18, and it's just like, of course, like, yeah, all the other kids in the world.
I did for both golf and swim, but we get back on the bus afterwards and we go.
Yeah, I don't want
Yeah.
There's never,
anybody
like,
to think
stop
I
at
don't
restaurant.
support
Just
all
stop
these
at, like,
people's
fast food.
plans,
No,
but
That's what we're
kind
thinking.
of like,
They're
automatic.
But when
Yeah, no, I
there was like a grocery store.
No, and everything's gonna
always
get
pick the
resources
grocery
done. It's just
store,
a nice,
and then
like,
you come back on
it's
bus
just a nice data
conversation.
point for
We
staff
brought
to
back
kind of
the
know what's
next
right.
meal.
And how they
so
can
you'd
help
be like, you
help
get pre-made
prioritize that.
guacamole and a bag of chips, and all of a sudden you won, you still share that with everyone. But everyone would get, yeah, everyone would get creative and come back with full meals or just some crazy stuff. We got a pretty good crew. I got some of them suited for golf too. Come back and compare meals, but they also came for meals on golf with. Yeah, and the coach did some fun. We didn't get part of the preseason, we were just that dedicated. So there's just like surprise pot of money that none of the other sports knew about.
already forgetting.
Can you let the staff know that we really do want to follow the work plans, but we felt like those were shoo-ins anyway?
Yeah, let's communicate that. So there's no like, so there's.
I think it's an opportunity for like a really good prank here too.
Oh, yeah.
Like you come up there and had all the stickers on.
Oh, yeah.
See who realizes first.
Opportunity was like totally missed.
Realistically, they're gonna look at that and know who put every thought on it. I wasn't following what anyone else did, but we all have our priorities.
Thank you.
Yeah, things that.
Support each other, not just.
No, I think we just do it again.
All of our decisions.
It's good though, there's a high level of
I think that
consistency.
this next time we can open it, do the legislative script.
Well, IROC's
You were
part
going
now.
to. I don't think we want to say
Why
things
don't
that
you
are
just
going
go,
to. Right. Let's do it.
you know, about what to do about it. So-
Well, I don't care what the.
All right, so staff, council wanted to make sure that they knew that
Yes, I don't care.
all of the work plans, like
Well, the
those
other
are fully,
choice is to
those are fully supported.
We
And
close
they
it,
knew that the
people
work was
still
gonna
go
happen
in.
I know.
in
That's
phase.
the other choice that's on the table.
Yeah.
Alright. Again, just like, it's just a data point, it's a nice, yeah, it's a nice, nice input.
Oh, thank you.
Of course, all the work's important, there's consensus on all the goals. So we, Kelsey took a picture of this and we'll include this like finished version in the notes that'll go out, so we'll clean those up. Alright. He's gonna talk about team agreement, so thinking about carrying the work forward and working together as a team.
We just go like one by one.
We talked a little bit, last night about what what the expectations of your role are, but what about your commitment to each other and how you're gonna work together? We feel like if you feel like the existing agreement like really hits the mark and you want to just continue that, that's totally fine too. It's just a nice opportunity, especially, new people coming in to feel unified together as one team, one body. That doesn't mean you're gonna agree on everything. Of course, you're gonna have disagreements, but figuring out the way in which you're gonna have those conversations, having respectful dialogue, agreeing to move forward after a decision's been made. Those things have been captured in that team agreement, but if there's anything specific that you would like to call out or highlight.
I don't have any recommended changes, but.
Councilor Blag, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that captures it pretty well.
Councilor Lawson?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what we write down, how we behave is another thing. I think that ability prevails, I think, with this group. So I'm less concerned with the agreement, how we actually behave.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity to you set your expectations, you set your team agreement, but then there's like a self, I say it's not like a self-policing thing, but a self I don't know, like keeping each other in check, like this is our team agreement, this is how we're gonna work together, and the benefit like of having those laminated and up here in your places where you sit is like if there ever is a challenging meeting or a topic, it's right in front of you and it's just a good reminder and you can check in on it.
I don't love the word civility, but that's okay. I understand why it was there when we did it, but I think that I feel like this group has seriously moved forward. And that word could be replaced by something that meant that we were responsible for our meeting preparedness.
Responsible for being prepared.
I don't know what the word is. I like the word meeting because that's what that's about. Because it just talks about us being ready for our meetings, staying focused. Not accountability, just being prepared. Being prepared. Like, yeah, but is that so? I don't know. It just sounds like there's a fire.
Well,
We're there.
again, if there's like the intentionality behind it, like we can work on a language that captures being prepared.
Just a different word than civility.
I support that with the reasoning you gave, I completely agree with you.
Yeah, civility suggests that maybe like there's incivil
Yeah.
incivility, and that's not something that is coming through in this.
It's usually used more in the context of the word respect, respectful behavior that's already on there, so.
Professionalism, really.
Yeah, that is better.
Fancy word.
Meeting professionalism? Okay.
Yeah, so professionalism, and that means being prepared, it means being respectful. Okay.
And then that one team, can we be a team success? We don't have to be one team. That's okay. We don't always have to all agree. We don't have to be one mind, one voice, one opinion.
That's not 100%
I think she's saying that after a decision is made, we are one team. That refers back to what you talked about before. That we have to own the decisions that the majority makes.
Okay, I get what that's going.
Yeah.
Is there the one team in the explanation that it provides?
Which is like we will act as one body and support one another for the success of team in serving the Gladstone community.
So maybe we do something, maybe it's an addition of like, having respectful discourse.
Yeah, no, don't go there, because we are so far past that.
Okay.
We are that. Okay. I have no question in my mind that we have the ability to act and act in a manner that gives Gladstone the very best that we all have to offer. And I believe that in every one of these people. So I don't think we need to call that out, that there might be a question that we're not getting that done, because I believe that we're getting that done.
Okay, yeah, I think that one team was like around like once a decision's been made, there's no like undercutting, you're like, that wasn't the way I voted, or so it's like keeping it, undermining the authority of council on the decisions, and also working together as a team with staff. So
submitting an op-ed to the newspaper that takes the opposite.
Yeah, or a really divisive comment.
Councils and councils ago, but.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
But we still have to respect each other's individuality and our ability to talk about things like freely with our neighbors and stuff too.
Well, yes, because we are not as diverse a council as we could be in some ways, but age-wise, experience-wise, longevity in the city, there's a pretty diverse group, and that means that we can represent constituencies that have different views. And I think it's important to hear from everybody. When Luke was running and he was going to be the youngest elected official in the state of Oregon, we looked up the census and realized that about 1/7 of the population of Gladstone was in his age group and was not represented in our city. And we have a 7-member council, and it made good sense that 1/7 of our city council ought to be people younger than age 30. And we got a representative. And I think just about every decade in the age span continues to be represented. So for one demographic category, we have a diverse and broad spectrum of the community. We have parents, we have people with kids, we have people, married people, unmarried people.
And we live in lots of areas.
That's right. Yeah.
Except Andrew and I live
Yeah.
across the street from each other. On Oakfield, though, there's a lot of space. on
Technically
Oakfield.
different neighborhoods, aren't
We
they?
are.
Turn your radio down.
I don't even leave my lights on. I don't want to bother my neighbor.
I think, Andrew, to what you said, it's fine even if you're like, I really felt this way about X matter, right? Or the council chose this way, and I think this is why. You just get some voice how you feel about something, even if you're not like those working counselors.
Right.
Yeah, as long as you agree with, like that was a decision and representing the community, and so we move forward. Or Councilor Roberts, anything you want to add?
I had nothing until stability was brought up. I agree with the sentiment that's been shared that was added at a time where they no longer read that. So, changing that language will move forward. But otherwise, these are clear and concise guidelines for us to follow. And we did the work and put these together and please.
Chad, you commented before that you've seen some improvement, and I don't want you to go back and reflect on former councils, but you've worked with other cities. Is there anything we're missing here? Anything that other cities find helpful to have in terms of their their working relationship?
I don't think so. I think this is very personal to you all. And so I think every council is unique in that.
Okay.
And so this needs to reflect what you all need to work with each other. And as I said yesterday, and what I'm thankful for in the council relationship, I couldn't agree with what everyone said. The turnaround in the city is amazing. You've gone from sort of the thing that everyone's looking at saying, oh my God, what's going on, to everyone looking and say, what a great city. And so it's really a compliment to the council. Whatever it is, keep it up.
Somebody earlier came up with a conversation on people thinking of how much we get paid. There was a long thread from the Oregon Mayors Association of cities talking about whether mayors in their cities should start getting paid. And people were weighing in on what they were being paid or what compensation was going to them. And in some cities, and remember, this is OMA, this is across the state, 200 plus cities, some of which are, like under 1,000 people. But they were getting, $150 a month or $200 a month or something for just some expenses. Some said, well, I get reimbursed for travel because some small cities are spread over a huge area and you have to drive 50 miles to get to city council. And there are some cities where city of Westland just voted pay raises for their mayors and city councilors. I think the mayors paid $30,000 a year, city council $15,000. Some cities kind of figured out what the median income for their city was and said, let's take 20% of that and figure that is fair compensation for the mayor. But for the mayor and the council. A lot of the reason for that is that a lot of volunteer city leaders, well, I'm not going to say volunteer because in some cases they are paid. A lot of elected officials in cities have to take time away from their work in order to do the work of the city. And some do invest many more hours than I think we have required ourselves to do in order to do the work of the city. They travel to Washington, D.C. and talk with federal level legislators. They help with getting grants and other funding for the city and spend a lot of time in Salem. We have great support from staff. We have not expected to be paid, and no one has ever proposed that we pay our staff. We get good meals at some of the great meetings we attend, and that's about the most compensation we get, plus the appreciation of the community.
I got a pat on the back one time.
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that nice? So it doesn't come up. It's helpful to sort of correct the misinformation that might be out there that we're well paid for doing what we do. Some cities want to have compensation because they don't want the only people able to serve on the city council to be people that are retired or independently wealthy. But I'm pleased with the diversity that we have in terms of economic situation too. And I'm especially appreciative of the people that are able to do this and have a family, have a job, have other responsibilities, going to school, whatever it is that you're doing to improve your life. You work this into, I'm appreciative.
And Councilor Mitchell, is there anything that you want to add?
I just wanted to echo changing the disability, but otherwise,
Great. Okay, well, I don't feel like there's like big changes to the team agreement, but I feel like there's nuance here, and especially the disability thing. And so we'll just take a crack at rewriting or refining the language so that we have an updated team agreement. That way you guys feel like you have your fingerprints on it. It's something that you're all helping to continue on, to build, to refine, and that it's something that brings you together as to continue your tradition that you're building with a strong team in Gladstone. So a lot of really positive work's been done over the past several years that you can feel really proud of. And it's exciting because especially for communities where you have a strong and connected team that has mutual respect and can disagree, but moving on together, that's where you get to get out. That's where you actually get to get all the work done, because you're not dealing with the challenging dynamics and personalities or infighting or skirting around different communication protocols or saying something on social media that undermines either what the council's trying to do or the work of the city. It's like you can really focus on serving the community, which is ultimately why staff and the elected officials are here. So it's a really great place to be. And it honestly, it makes like our work feel really meaningful because we're excited for all of the wonderful things that Gladstone's going to be able to do over the years and beyond as you're continuing to invest in strengthening the community. So thank you for that. All right, thinking about next steps and wrapping up things that you can expect from us. So Kelsey has been taking all of these notes in a digital whiteboard format, and she's also been taking pictures, capturing images of the boards today. And so we'll clean up those notes, put them in a PDF format, and give them all to you. And then also in the coming week, we'll be meeting with Jackie to just refine and clean up any of the language of these goals to make sure that it's clean. And then she'll prepare those to be able to come back to the council for you to adopt. I don't know if that's currently on.
I think it's the March 11th council meeting. We will adopt the goals.
So that's kind of what you can expect in terms of the goals. Also, our team will be putting together a summary report of this process and the exercises that we went through and the discussion and how we got to this point. So you also have that as a communication going away of document. So those are kind of next steps that you can expect from us. Any questions around that process?
And the music playlist.
And the music playlist. We'll make sure we provide the link for that as well. Yes. So then just to wrap up and thinking about reflection and where we go from here, started you guys off today by talking about what you think your personal superpower is. And so I want you to think about that. Hopefully you can remember what you chose. Think about what you chose and think about it in the context of working together as this team and advancing this work forward. So so the question is, how are you going to use your superpower to help move this work forward? So who actually remembers what they shared? You good? Yeah. All right, good. Okay, and then maybe as people are showing you, we'll kind of jog your memory. Do you want to start first?
I can start, yes.
I
was
you're so amiable,
collaborative, so I think I'll be able to use that in just moving forward with the different infrastructure projects and as well as parks, just putting the puzzle together to get the goals accomplished from a public works operations standpoint.
I think I said mathematical. I'm not just Mayor Michael Milch, I'm Calculator Michael Milch. And I know that cities have limited resources, and when it comes time to prioritizing and putting these into a budget, we may have to make some adjustments and cuts, but that's where my calculating nature comes in, and we'll see how we balance it.
And linear to assist him in that process. Detail oriented. I'll be facing this.
I say calm. I'm not sure how that's gonna fit into this, but I guess I would just say as the lawyer, I'll try to continue to provide everyone with options to achieve their goals.
Very calming.
Maybe a little dash of humor.
I said I had a question, so I will keep doing that on how we can best advance these goals forward.
With, communication and building relationships, and I think that's key to putting the pieces together and economic development, connecting with people to the places and the places.
Mine was relationships, and I'm gonna have to utilize those to accomplish some of the public safety tasks that are outside our jurisdiction.
I said party planning, but I guess I'm gonna whittle that down to planning. And my idea of planning this year is personal and work related, in that I'd like to be able to reach the most amount of vulnerable people in our community and bring them forward, and also kind of work off of what I feel from Councilor Huckabee is making sure that we also reach those that aren't just elderly shut-in, but really vulnerable. Those people that somehow we make a change in their life that just makes us awesome people.
Mine was I'm a people person, and I think this will really help with expanding programs and events, reaching out, connecting, getting input from the community and you guys, and just really being able to expand and make those connections with the schools or clubs, however we can, to get these youth groups started. And yeah.
I said that I'm not sure exactly what my superpower would be, and then I rambled on for a while, so I'll do that. But just to be present and to ask questions and collaborate. For people.
You had said you'd like to see all perspectives, and said your point.
And that, yes, which I just wanted to mention, because this is a concern I have, because I do sometimes like to ask questions that might seem oppositional in some way, and that's not necessarily my belief, but on a particular thing, but I think it's important to have those questions. So just as a statement, I hope that as we go through the next couple of years, that, questions I might have, I hope that you can, maybe not to say that you would be offended by them at all, but just to know that there's really nothing behind it other than just trying to get some clarity.
I said mine was studying nonverbal communications. Yeah. Mine will be practiced mostly internally, and most of the time not involving the council, unless I meet before you in executive session. Or the rest of the time we'll just be assisting the staff while they're trying to deal with everything that has dots up there.
Sit organized, and that will help me get the perspective of all of this.
I said that I was quick on my feet with answering questions and sort of quick processing speed. So, I'll bring that forward when they show up at Planning Commission every month and at City Council when I am before you, to bring the most information I can on the topics that we're presenting and making sure decisions. To continue to allow me to look at all of the issues and the resolutions.
I'm a superhuman senses, and there is an art to making all of this come together and making the council look good. And my gut is telling me that we have the right people on our staff to make all of this happen.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for sharing. I think you're well equipped with a variety of superpowers. So thinking about, personal skills and analytical and sequencing and open and honest communication, asking questions. And so all of that is going to come together to be able to, but no doubt that in 2 years, it'll be really exciting to look back and see everything that you've accomplished. So thank you so much for your participation and engagement and the long day and a half. This
sometimes can feel like a marathon. You can ask Jackie.
I'm just glad the NFL accommodated our schedule today.
All right, well, it's a beautiful day outside. I won't keep you any longer, but thank you so much for today, and we'll have more information.
Thank you.